What's going on, guys? I am at the Misfit Wrestling Podcast. This is Jason Ingram. To my left, two new people to his left or right, whichever way you're looking for it to it. We'll do the introductions for the rest of us in a second. This is the Joshi Cyber Squad podcast. Yes, I screwed up the name. I don't care. First time for everything. Um, you're probably wondering what the name of that podcast means. Well, if you guys remember a lovely, lovely human being, God rest her soul, Hana Kimura, she had a faction called the Tokyo Cyber Squad. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And we thought, well, it would be a cool idea to have a podcast about Joshi wrestling, but we was trying to come up with a name, and I thought to myself, what if we named a podcast after Hana Kimura, but it's not centered around Hana Kimura. So originally I thought, well, let's just use the name Tokyo Cyber Squad and be like, well, no. So I don't remember who it was that suggested it out of everybody here, but uh, he'll introduce himself in a second. But it was Joshi Cyber Squad. Everybody else, please introduce yourself. We'll talk about the rest of the show in a second.
Well, I guess I'll go first. Like I said, you probably know the name. You probably see it, especially you watch boxing. Like I said, but if you know the full name, my name is Daniel, but I go by almost all socials as Raucus99, RWKZ99. Old head should probably figure out how that name came about, but definitely, like I said, it's a good way to start. We have a good group, good-minded people.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get the ball rolling.
Coming to the stage, hailing out of Raleigh, North Carolina, it is your man, Blitzball champ, Jason Ingram, head founder of Blitzball Champ Gaming, and been a pro wrestling fan since I was a kid, and really dove deep into Joshi wrestling over the course of maybe the last 10 or so years. So, Matt the Misfit, it is really awesome what you've started here, and I can't wait to dive into this feast of Joshi greatness. Thank you very much.
Unlike Misfit, unlike Jason, unlike Daniel, I'm pretty sure you guys don't know who the hell I am. Who the hell is this Filipino kid coming onto the scene right here? Guess what? My name is PWF underscore Al. I hail from the god awful city of Brampton, Ontario, Canada. Jesus goddamn Christ. So I got into wrestling at the age of 2 thanks to Shawn Michaels in 1996 in the lead up to his WrestleMania 12 match against Bret the Hitman Hart. And I got into Joshi Professional Wrestling since lockdown because I was curious on where Kairi, Hojo, and Io Shirai came from and how they got to be where they were at that time. In case you're wondering, that was 2021. 4 years later, I love talking about Joshi Pro Wrestling, and thanks to Misfit, Jason, and Rockus, we developed a like-minded group, and two more members of the Joshi Cyber Squad are not yet here today, but you will meet them in due time. I promise you this. And I promise you this, you will have a good time enjoying our conversations about professional wrestling and the exciting world that comes with it. And if you don't know, now you know.
And
Dang, that's mic drop worthy there. Shoot.
I want to give a special shout out to Rob Goodwin and Matt Turner of the Stardom cast. They kind of gave me this idea. I mean, they didn't give it to me, but them doing the podcast on Stardom and now they're doing the MARIGOLD standard. Both of them gave me you sparked the idea to do a Joshi podcast. So I want to shout out to them. Really good group of guys. Uh, so shout out to them. My exposure to Joshi wrestling is a very weird story. So, well, I wouldn't say weird. I wouldn't say it like that way, but So I knew a little bit of Joshi wrestling, minor, back in like 1997, maybe maybe a little bit 95, but more 1997. And when my favorite, all-time favorite female wrestler was introduced to me, her name was the Dangerous Queen, known as Akira Hokuto, in WCW, where she beat the ever-living piss out of Alundra Blaze and Medusa.
Yes, she did.
And ever since then, I'm like, I need to know more about these women. Then a few years later, in comes a little pirate girl named Kairi Sane, and I'm like, okay. My brother tells me she's great, so I want to go back and watch her matches, and that's how I discovered Io Shirai, now known as Io Sky, and then I discovered the rest of Stardom. I'd watch a little bit here and there, and then much like Al here, the pandemic happened, and I said, I need to watch something else besides WWE and AEW, because this is kind of annoying. So somebody suggested I should check out the match between Azumi and Starlight Kid for the High Speed Championship in 2021, because I heard Mr. Meltzer say how praise the crap out of this match. I said, well, this is before I found out that Dave Meltzer sucks at his job. I'm like, if he praises it, then it's gotta be good, right? So I went to watch it, and I'm like, holy crap. These two are one of my favorite wrestlers in the entire world. I had never seen them prior to that. And then and since then I've been hooked on mainly Stardom, and then recently I've been watching, getting a little bit into TJPW here and there. MARIGOLD, obviously. Whenever I can check out some of the other shows, but it's mostly Stardom that I've been,
I mean, hey, it's a big one.
We'll talk about a big happiness that happened to me earlier this year, actually a few weeks ago. We'll talk about it when we get there. I'm very happy for her.
There's a lot of stuff we got to cover today.
Yeah.
But we're going to start things off with MARIGOLD, because that happened a few days ago. They're currently in the middle of their offshoot 5-star Grand Prix, because obviously the person running MARIGOLD is, well, he founded Stardom. The Dreamstar Grand Prix, which is quite funny when you look at the few people in there you would recognize if you were a Stardom fan. So, and I think Al froze. Hello.
Oh, I think he did. I think we might have lost him.
No, we got ourselves here.
Oh well. Anyway, so I rambled and then it froze. Man, Canada maybe does suck. The Canadian internet.
Oh,
Yep.
damn.
He'll be back.
Yeah, we'll get him back in here.
But I guess well, in the meantime, I guess we can cover the Dreamstar while he can pop right in eventually. But yeah.
So I guess I can kick us off. It's actually within another week or so, definitely going to be winding down, but we have some very interesting standings. So, starting with the Dream League, so far, just to kind of break it down.
Before you continue, explain to people what their version of what they call the Dream League and the Gold League means.
Okay, so pretty much, and I know Matt the Misfit touched on this. The Marigold Dream Star Grand Prix is very similar to the Stardom 5-star Grand Prix. Instead of the A block, or instead of the red stars and the blue stars, you have the block names as the Dream League and the Star League. And this is Marigold's second Dreamstar Grand Prix. They had the inaugural tournament last year, which was won by the now current Marigold World Champion, Utami Hayashishita. And it is also a name that is in this year's tournament as well. So, with that being said, the competitors. So, it's been broken down. 16 total competitors split between two blocks, Dream League, Star League. For the Dream League, so far, so with the names of Utami Hayashishita, Mayu Iwatani, Victoria Yuzuki, Koki Amare, Sari Yamaoka, Chiaki, Ria Seto, Maria. Those are your 8 Dream League competitors. 5 of them, unfortunately, have been mathematically eliminated. It has
One
got
of them I'm not very happy about. I'm just saying.
yeah. Which okay, so I'm gonna name those 5, and you let me know which one you're not happy about. Um,
You might already know.
so you have Chiaki, who has a 1-4 record, 2 points. You have Ryoseto, who has a 1-4-1 record with 3 points. You have one half of the Marigold Twin Star Tag Team Champions from Marvelous, one half of Magenta, Maria, 2-4 record, 4 points. You have Sariyama Oka, which many say is the super rookie of Marigold, 3-3 record, 6 points. And then one of my favorites, the Amethyst Butterfly, Koki Amare, 3-3 record, 6 points. All 5 of these ladies are mathematically eliminated.
I want you to guess which one it is.
I'm gonna say perhaps it's Koki Amare.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. She was my pick to not to win the tournament, but go to the finals.
Ah,
Now, the names you've mentioned who are at the top here, which is quite funny to me. Some of you may recognize these names if you followed Stardom and not following Marigold. Utami, Yuzuki, and Mayu Iwatani. Yes, that Mayu Iwatani.
yeah.
Formerly members of the Stardom roster.
Yep, all 3 of them. Not to mention, one of those 3 will advance to the finals, will win the Dream League and advance to the finals. It's close. Both Utami Hayashishita and Victoria Yuzuki have 9 points on 4 1-1 records. Mayu Iwatani, who is the current Marigold Superfly champion, has 7 points on a 3 1-1 record. Do we have any early predictions of who out of these 3 do you believe makes it to the finals?
Listen, I love Utami, I love Mayu, but I don't really don't want a champion in the finals of the tournament. I know it just happened with Azumi, and we'll get to her. But this is different. Okay? This is different because at least there it made sense. I don't know if this makes sense here.
Well, okay, we got to consider Marigold's a very young company.
Right.
So they don't have a lot of pedigree to fall into it. And it's also a company that has a lot of rookies. Granted, not a lot of those rookies are featured in this Dreamstar. But if you're gonna have somebody that represents the young class, especially somebody that's considered a prodigy, it would definitely have to be probably Yuzuki. But I have a feeling because this is Rossi, it'll likely be Mayu. Because let's be blunt, ever since Mayu made the jump, Marigold has, to put it bluntly, has actually gotten their shit together as far as ticket sales go, trade regiments go, a little bit better structure. And granting now the dojo's open, so Now they even have that going. So it wouldn't surprise me if Rossi would reward his symbolic daughter with the finals at the Dream Star. Doesn't mean she has to win it, but reward her with a final.
Yeah, I personally, I think the ideal candidate that should make the finals would be Victoria Yuzuki, but Rockus, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's kind of hard to see the idea of Rossi Ogawa just taking this away from his adopted daughter and Miyu Iwatani. So, and it's interesting, especially considering this is their only second Dreamstar Grand Prix, into their second year running. But I mean, you made a great point. Mayu, has sold tickets. It didn't take her long to get a championship, and I mean, she's one of the best wrestlers in the world. So I mean, we'll see what happens. I would like for Yuzuki to be the one, but I think it probably will end up being Mayu.
I'm gonna go with Yuzuki here. Not to win, obviously, because right now, as far as I think my actual pick still has a chance to make it to the finals. Hopefully.
And on that note, we're going to switch to the Star League. Now, with the Star League, so right now, just to run down the names, Mai Sakurai, who's the current United National Champion. You have Miku Ano. You have Mirai. You have Chika Goto. Many call her Gochika. You have Kizuna Tanaka. You have Psycho Speed Misao Matsui. You have Nagisa Nozaki. And from PPP Tokyo, you have Chen Yoda. Now, out of all those names, unfortunately, two of them are mathematically eliminated. We have, similar to how she did last year, Kizuna Tanaka at the bottom, 1-4, 2 points, mathematically eliminated. Chan Yoda, 2-4, 4 points, also mathematically eliminated. Now, we have two competitors that are technically labeled in danger, like they cannot afford another loss, and that's both Mirai and Gochika. Mirai, 1-2-1, 3 points, cannot afford another loss. Gochika, 2-2-1, 5 points, can't afford another loss. And then you have 4 competitors that are really keeping it close. You have one that I'm in agreement with Misfit, is actually my pick as well to win the whole thing. We'll see how it goes. Miku Ano, 2-1-1, 5 points. You have Psycho Speed Misao Matsui, cutting it close, 3-2 with 6 points. You have Nagisa Nozaki, 3-1-1 with 7 points. And then right now, currently sitting at the top, who was a finalist last year, is Mai Sakurai, the MARIGOLD United National Champion. 4-2 record, 8 points total. How we feeling, folks?
Ooh. Oh, okay.
So my next question is, who is Miku's next match against?
Miku's next match will be against Nagisa Nozaki.
Ooh. Oh, shoot.
Well,
I feel like she's got to win her.
I think she's gonna win out because
She has 3 matches left.
Yeah. And I think we probably this the first time. Well, first time in the show. Luckily, it's gonna be the first time probably for a lot. I think we're in agreement on who are mainly our favorite is to win this entire thing. Because remember, I mentioned Mayu being the finals, but not winning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because my bet has been Miku Ayano. And
so my thing is the way I'm seeing this, I feel like Miku is in a similar spot in her tournament the same way Momo Watanabe was in the 5-star, where she may win her next 3 matches, but she's got to make sure she's got to watch out for the other matches so she can get to the finals. If that makes sense.
She's got an interesting final 3. Nagisa Nozaki, then Gochika, and then her last matches against the woman that beat her. Because remember, Miku Ano is the inaugural United National Champion.
Right.
And of course, Mai Sakurai made her tap out at Marigold first stream. She will face Mai Sakurai as her last block match.
So let's see. So she all right, who's Mai Sakurai's next match?
That's actually she only has 1 match left, and it's Miku Ano.
Okay.
So she's down to her last match.
Okay, so her getting through to the finals depends on her beating Miku Ano, right?
Yeah, if she wins, she'll have 10 points.
Okay. So it's basically she's gotta make sure that the other ones lose, basically.
Yes, because the thing is, both Nagisa Nozaki and Miku Ano could still get 11 points.
Right.
Misao Matsui and Mai Sakurai can only get to 10.
Okay. I'm still pulling for Miku Ano. The one I'm more surprised about was Chan Yoda getting eliminated. I thought she would get a little bit further than that.
Chan Yoda had a great start, but then just kind of plummeted. I mean, she got the victories over Kizuna Tanaka and Mai Sakurai, which were big, but then she's just been on a pretty bad losing streak, unfortunately.
Now, I believe the finals of the Dream Star is, let's see, the September 14th. So let's see.
Hey, welcome back.
There you go, Al.
Sorry, gentlemen.
So, all right. So we've been talking about the Dream Star, and all of us are in agreement that Miku Ano should get. I think Miku Ano is going to the finals. I think we're all in agreement. Well, Jason, Daniel, and I are all in agreement. I'm not sure about you, but we're scratching our heads on the Dream League.
So Al, just to catch you up, we're right now on the Star League, but we'll go back to the Dream League to get your thoughts. So Star League, so we know for sure Kizuna Tanaka and Chan Yoda, they're mathematically eliminated. Mirai and Gochika, they are 1 loss away from being eliminated. Both Nagisa Nozaki and Miku Ano are in it, and the highest that they can get is 11 points. The highest that Misao Matsui and Mai Sakurai can get are 10 points. So, your thoughts on who you could see make it to the finals out of the Star League? We were talking mainly Miku Ano as an ideal choice. Your thoughts?
I agree too. Miku Ano is probably your best bet, especially because Miku Ano is day 1 stardom. Is not stardom. Day 1 Marigold. So it's, I think, in good faith that although she is an established veteran, she was there from the start, and I think it's a good idea. I think the most ideal situation that you push those that has been with you since the beginning, and I think um, with her track record speaking for her, it's gonna say that you know she's the best wrestler within that division,
Hmm.
and the problem is as we go over to the next block, who's going to be the one to face her?
Well, before we answer that, because I want to, because I see she's got 5 points. Just I want to get this correct here. Is one of her matches in the time limit draw?
Yes, against Mirai.
Yep.
Okay. So I was trying to figure out what about that 11 points thing. That makes a lot more sense now. Assuming she gets the 11 points.
Yeah.
So okay, who do we think is gonna? I personally think we're gonna see Yuzuki in that spot, but but like a Daniel and Jason said earlier, I don't put it past Rossi to have it be Mayu Utani.
Yeah. So Al, to catch you up, Dream League. So we already know 5 ladies are mathematically eliminated.
One that I'm not very happy about.
Maria, Rhea Seto, Chiaki, Sarayama Oka, and Koki Amare. So
Pocket was a
those,
shock for me.
Yeah,
yeah,
that me too because I picked her to go to the finals with Mikuana. Because that to me
I
that
had her, I had her going far, but I didn't think she'd be going out this early.
because like don't get me wrong, I love the three that are in the top: Mayu, Utami, and Yuzuki. But it just made a lot of sense for the finals to be Koki Amare versus Mikuano.
I think a big issue was that Koki's last matches are against Mayu and Utami, and
Yeah. Yep.
there was just no way they were gonna have her win 2 straight
Yeah.
against Mayu and Utami. I was hopeful
I would
maybe
have just had I would have had her actually beat at least one of them, and then the other one go to a time of draw.
that would have been nice.
It's been a nice 3 points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would have been 3 points. It would have helped her quite a lot. But now the most she can get is 8, which is what she had last year. But her last match is against Utami.
Yeah.
Well,
So
the 8 points won't even matter at that point.
right,
Yeah. That's the main thing. Like, I think as soon as Sari beat Mayu, that possibility may have been taken out for Kogi.
right.
And we also have to take into account Koki has actually been still somewhat recovering and coming back 400% from that knee injury that she had.
That's true because she never got surgery. She got like I think stem cell treatment, but she never got a actual surgery.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, can I ask the room this? Do you think that with Koki Amare being taken out of the tournament this early, do you think that this gives her the green light to have surgery and come back 100% in top form?
I don't know because she is adamant of not having the surgery.
that right there.
Um, if she was going to have the surgery, she would have already had the surgery.
Yeah.
She would have
It's
already
one
been
of
under
those
the
things
knife.
where if the injury was severe enough, you would not have a choice but to have the surgery.
And she would have vacated the Noah title too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
yeah.
she'd be relinquishing the GHC Women's Championship at this point.
But
Okay,
what
so
this can do, yeah, but what this can do, yeah, yeah. Actually, but what this can do for Koki, if you think about it, okay, with Mayu in, you know that she took probably Koki's spot of being fast tracked. Now, really, really build her up. Like, You're gonna have time not to do it. Where like, okay, I'll go through the rivalry, go Chica. Now I need to go through the people that I had to go through with AWG. Have to go through Miku. Maybe have to go through Misa Matsui. Go through Natsumi Shizuki when she comes back from injury.
Mm-hmm.
Before she builds up to that point, you can make it more organic because you can tell that they are gonna put the rocket on her when Rossi feels ready to do it.
Right.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. I have high hopes for her, and I think she'll eventually get there for sure. Um, Going back to you, Al. So we
Yep.
know so we know for sure either Yuzuki, Mayu, or Utami will win the Dream League block. So we know Mayu Iwatani has 7 points. She has 2 matches left. She can still get to 11 points. But here's the thing. Yuzuki, her last match, her only match left is against Mayu. She beats Mayu, she's out. And Utami, her last match is against Koki Amare. So, who who do you think will win the Dream League and make it to the finals, and who do you want to make it to the finals?
As far as I think that like what I think Rossi's going to do here with his booking style, I think he's going to push for Mayu to win Dream League and take and capture that block. Victoria Yuzuki is in an uphill battle with Mayu being her final opponent. She takes out Mayu in this last match. Like you said earlier, Jason, Mayu's gone, and Victoria Yuzuki gets the go. Here's my thing, though. I personally would want it to be Utami, as much as I know she's been the poster girl for Marigold. You also have to think about Miku Ano and Utami's style. They're very different in terms of their styles and how they approach wrestling. I think that if you go with Mayu and Victoria, or Victoria, if I should say, it's a very relatively similar style. Utami being the polar opposite, and her being more of a power fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as I think what Rossi would do, I think he makes the call for Mayu to take it, have her face Miku, I don't know, in the finals. As a want, I would like her to face Utami. Miku Ano beating the poster girl of Marigold. Her beating like Marigold's original top dog. That's the way I would want it to go. But I'm trying to think like how Rossi would go about this. And I think he's gonna put Mayu and Miku Ano for the final. And I'll give my thoughts on how the final is gonna go. I think Miku might pull an upset here. I think Miku, if Rossi is smart, the way I think he could do it, I think Rossi decides to give Miku Ano um, the win or the finals
Mm-hmm.
to not just promote Miku Ano and giving him options to who can be the next poster girl for Marigold for the promotion, but to tease fans thinking, oh, you guys think that I'm just gonna strap the rocket on Mayu right away. No,
I
make it a
see.
well deserved red or white belt win when that time comes. But I guarantee you this: watch Victoria Yuzuki in the next 2 to 3 years. Victoria
Oh
Yuzuki,
yeah.
I've said since her beginning in Stardom that this kid's got a very high ceiling for what she can do throughout her career. The only thing I would want her to do right now, maybe this is just me speaking, it's her finish. I would like for her to fully utilize the spiral tap. She can do it already on the ground level. Imagine the damage she could do from the top rope and doing that spin corkscrew as she comes off from the top rope, making it a much more effective move for her. And besides, who in the Joshi world right now is doing a spiral tap? Can anyone take a guess? Zero.
I got nothing.
Victoria Yuzuki has a spinal tap that will make her stand out. It's a difficult move. I know because I've done it for years. It takes its toll on your back. And that allows her to stand out and shine more of a wrestler, knowing that her finisher is something that no one can really do right now in Marigold or in the Joshi community. I think she will have a tremendous career, but in the next 2 to 3 years, just watch her challenge for red or white and eventually becoming champion. But right now, I suggest
Okay.
Miku Ano and Mayu for the finals. Miku Ano eventually gets the win.
So I'm glad you mentioned Utami versus Mikuano, right?
They're day
That match,
ones.
they're not going to do that in the finals because I fully believe that is the match at Grand Destiny.
In October?
Yeah,
I,
I think the big red belt match is going to be Utami versus Mikuano, and Miku is going to win the title.
I would probably say it wouldn't be in Grand Destiny. I would probably say if they're gonna have first stream again,
Most
have it at
likely.
first stream.
I think there's a good chance First Stream is going to be deemed one of their main
I mean,
shows.
doesn't matter where that match takes place. If that match takes place on Grand Destiny, that's not the match people are going to be talking about. Unfortunately,
Oh
So,
no, that's the reason why you do it at first stream. So you don't get it overshadowed by the match that we all assume is gonna happen at Grand Destiny.
right?
so I have one counterpoint.
Hmm.
Could it be too early for the idea of Victoria Yuzuki winning this whole thing? And let me explain. Keep in mind the lady she has beaten in her block. Let me run it down. Maria, current champion. Chiaki, leader of the Darkness Revolution. Sarayama Oka, Super Ricky and former tag champion. Utami, current red belt champion. The only loss she's had so far was to Koki Amare, which many may say was an upset. Now, if she beats Mayu, I think you have a strong case for the idea of Victoria winning this whole thing, especially beating that many champions. I mean, what do y'all think about the idea of that? Because I would think if she can turn around and beat both Utami and Mayu in her block,
Right.
I think she has an excellent chance of winning this whole thing, and many could argue could deserve to wear that red belt, that Marigold World Championship.
Well, the thing with that is, if they have her win the tournament, they need to book her win the championship because if she wins the tournament and then doesn't win the title, I feel like you might have wasted something that could have went to a Mikuano or somebody else like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also the fact because there is that good idea. It is a decent idea to have
Mm-hmm.
Yuzuki coming in and winning because, like I said, it would make a statement. Stardom almost made that very statement with either Azumi or Rina in the 5-star.
Yes.
Right.
But I think
I mean, you could argue that he kind of still made that statement with Rena, even though she didn't make it to the finals.
Oh, absolutely,
but
absolutely.
yeah, like I
Same
said,
thing
you
with
made
Asuka.
you made a
Celery.
statement, but not like the statement could have
Yeah.
made
Right.
with Rina. But the thing with Yuzuki winning in that area and then losing it out, then I wouldn't have had her like face Mayu so early for the Superfly Championship. I would let her keep it a little bit longer, have Mayu run, still do the shows, still have the great matches that she's had. And then even though you lose the red belt match, you still have the super black belt And then you could have probably said, like, okay, then I can have the match with Mayu. I could lose it at that point. What you have now with Miko Iono, and like I said, this would help a lot for the people that are just going to say that Rossi's just going to gift Mayu everything in Marigold. Miku wins Dreamstar, and Miku beats Utami. Granted, yeah, it's a young ass company, but you're already making history. She will be the first person to have won the United National and the Margo World Championship. She would have won a white belt and a red belt.
And the other thing is, if you think about it, is if Miko Ano wins, then that talk of, oh well, he's just going to put Stardom talent goes out the window.
Yep.
Because again, I don't think I love Yuzuki, but if they just gave Yuzuki, Mayu, or Tommy the win, that's just Rocky being, well, you're just looking your Stardom favorites to win everything instead of building new. Instead building talent that's not any direct correlation to Stardom. If that makes sense.
I think he did that in like the first set of champions that he had, other than the Twin Star.
Yeah.
Other than the Twin Star, do you think about it? Okay, the first red belt champion, Sadi, freelancer,
Right?
but somebody that's gonna wear that Marigold belt wherever she goes.
Right. Because a lot of people assume they were just going to give it to Julia.
Yeah, I think if Julia did not get hurt in the first show, they probably would have gone that way, because that's forced WWE to say, like, nope, we need Julia now.
I mean, technically, if you really think about, Julia wasn't even really a Marigold talent either.
Yeah,
at that point,
in that sense, but she would have been a founding member.
Right
but,
there.
like I said,
On paper and in the first few shows, yes.
Yeah.
But she's part of its short-term success. Long-term wise, everybody that would knew their way around the company and the Joshi community as a whole knew that Julia's time in the Joshi world was going to be coming to a close, and she'd be going westbound to WWE.
I mean, she already had signed her WWE contract WrestleMania weekend.
Yep.
So,
but she already had the picture with Triple H at that point.
Yep. She was.
Oh yeah.
She was scheduled to be at the Heatwave show before her injury got hurt and screwed a lot of plans for her up. But we'll talk about Julia when we get to the WWE section of things. But
but
I wanted to finish my point on it, actually.
Oh yeah.
Because I mentioned it, like, Sadi, first, like I said, first red belt champion, freelancer. The white belt champ, you had it, Miko Iono. AWG, was the ace of AWG.
Yep.
Superfly championship, Nazumi Shizuki. Yes, you can say, yeah, she was a starter for a little bit. Yes, she did win the Goddess titles with Kairi in 2018, and then took a break. But guess what? She became AWG, and for the most part has repped AWG.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you had that first set of champions right there saying, okay, it's not just a Stardom vanity project. You rewarded the people that took a chance on this company, even under the circumstances that it did. They still took a chance on it. And then now, okay, you feel that the other champions now have been rewarded. But now you can really reward Miko Iono on it, because I've been an advocate for her for years. Because you could tell, like, if she would have wanted to, she could have taken that ace spot and started by force if she felt like it. Or in Tej, or would have done well in AEW or WWE. She chose to stick around Actress Girls for a good while, until if she saw the point that I cannot do it anymore, I've done all I could.
Right.
And now this is the chance to reward her, and you show that, especially when it comes to Marigold, that you as a company can build stars because that
Right.
will attract other people to come.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And by the way, her clash with Chanyota was a very fun match. Um, and then Al, I wanted to get your point because I don't think you got a chance to speak on this. The idea of possibly a sleeper in Victoria Yuzuki winning this tournament.
I've been giving my points on this one. I got a good chunk of things to say. Victoria Yuzuki, if you run her being the winner of this Grand Prix tournament, first of all, she's going to be the youngest one to ever do it. That's going to be the easy. That's going to be the layup point.
Yep.
I
The
mean,
second thing that I would like to have a point of concern, I would like to raise to everybody in the group and anybody watching this. I'm looking up her age right now, and she's 20 years old, February 1st, 2005. I'll go back to this piece that I've made in private arguments with everybody here and others that will eventually show up here later.
Bring it on.
How much pressure does this put on Victoria Yuzuki being this early in her career? This is like what, her second or third year in professional wrestling? That's a lot of pressure to be putting on her
I think.
for
Maybe third.
yeah. So like second or third year into this business. Don't you guys think that's a lot of pressure to be putting on her? If she can do it, I know she's had ambitions of being Marigold's top ace. I know that because she has made it clear from day one of Marigold being a company. Ever since her first match, since match number one of this promotion, against Nanai Takahashi. If
Oh,
you make this move, you have to have a really good showing that she can hang. Now,
so this
there's
November will be 2 years. But continue.
oh
Yeah,
damn.
because she
So
debuted 2023 November 17th. So this November would technically be two in.
2 years in, now starting third.
Yes.
okay.
That's a lot of pressure to be putting on someone like this early in her career. But I think that for the most part, I think that she she can have a say. I think that she can be an option in someone being your top base. She has to have a really good match with Mayu Iwatani to showcase that she is ready. Is she? Do I think she's ready yet? Almost.
Okay.
She's right there, in my opinion. She just needs more exposure in higher profile matches, in my opinion, and really get the crowd invested and behind her. It's not just the crowd; it's also the top brass
Hmm.
within the company. Rossi, if she can do that by the end of this tournament, get the crowd behind her and emotionally invest in her. If she can show Rossi that she can hang with Maya Itani, match her second for second, move for move in her own way, then I think you can make the case of Victoria Yuzuki going to the finals, maybe, maybe beating Miko Aono and challenge for the red belt. Do I think she's going to win in that challenge, beating Utami? Who knows? She's already got a victory over Utami during this year's Grand Prix tournament. So the writing's on the wall. If you decide to make Victoria Yuzuki win uh, against Mayu, logically, I say they go to a draw. Mayu cannot afford another defeat.
That is something I did suggest that the time in the draw between Mayu and Yuzuki.
She cannot. Mayu just cannot afford another defeat. If she's gonna get another loss on her record, it better be meaningful.
And one thing to add when it comes into that push for Yuzuki is she already like said it's not going to be a first time matchup with Maya. Like I mentioned, she already faced her
Right.
for the Superfly belt, and for the most part, held her own at the beginning until Mayu decided to go into her second phase mode.
Yep.
Now, in this matchup, can you push Mayu not only to get to the second phase faster, but match it. She probably can. The only reason I would probably say you shouldn't do it at this point is mainly because, like I said, it's a situation where you probably feel that Rossi would probably want to reward Mayu for lifting Marigold up overall as a company with just her presence. But I have a feeling that with sometime in 2026,
Mm-hmm.
you're probably gonna have Yuzuki with the United Championship.
Oh, the white belt. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ruckus. Um, I want to propose this question to you. If you were going to book Mayu Iwatani versus Victoria Yuzuki in Mayu's last match in this league, how strong do you have Victoria Yuzuki perform? And do you implement Mayu's zombie mode sooner as you suggested originally?
Well, in the Superfly matchup, she didn't go zombie mode. She just mainly turned it up a notch, like
Mm-hmm.
probably what you would see Mayu against like somebody like Hazuki in that sense. Where like you're forcing me to get into it. But she would have to do better. And I have a feeling she can do better in this sense because one thing that Yuzuki has shown, even though we're talking about wrestling here, folks, we understand the nature of it.
Yes.
She has shown that she can learn from previous matches, can adapt to styles of her opponents. So it would not
Yep.
surprise me if that matchup with Mayu, it's closer to what the beginning of the Superfly match was before the second half. Because then you have a motivation. Yuzuki has to prove herself
Mm.
versus somebody in Mayu that her accolades are about as long as Niagara Falls when you consider the landscape of Joshi. It's she can do it. Whether Rossi will do it, that's the other question. Like I said, it's rewarding your spiritual daughter or already saying we got to lock into the future. Because luckily for Mayu, I don't think she would mind losing to Yuzuki. In fact, she might actually suggest it.
Hmm.
Because my thing is, if Rossi was going to do something, was going to pull the trigger on Yuzuki, he would have had her win the future championship when she challenged for it against whoever the champion was at the time.
That's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
And another thing I don't know if people are thinking about is if Yuzuki wins the tournament, who says she's going to challenge for the red belt? She could go right ahead and challenge Mai Sakurai for the white belt, assuming Mai is still the champion by then.
Which is fair.
Because my thing is, if she wins the tournament, I don't see her challenging for the red belt. I don't know if Rossi thinks she's ready for the red belt yet.
If she does win, then White seems like a good challenge for her. And I think that with her conditioning being what it is, I think she can wrestle circles around Mai. Miku, she'll match her. If her match with Mayu turns out to be what I think it could be, Victoria Yuzuki is going to unlock another gear in that match. Mayu will teach her a lot of things about professional wrestling. And
And
in that match coming up,
Mm-hmm.
I bet you this. She's going to get a whole lot better after that match. How much? I don't know. But I know that she's going to be improving because she listens. Her
Yeah.
and
conditioning is getting better. She just keeps expanding. She soaks everything up like a sponge. Hence why, like, since day one, I figured out that her ceiling was going to be very, very high. Did I think it would be this high this quickly? No. She's exceeding what I originally was going to guess was going to be the first few years of her career.
I think the reason I think the big match is going to be Miku and Utami is because you guys know they announced for the, I believe, if I have it here, if I pulled up here, give me a second. My internet decides to sometimes be, my browser time sometimes be a hassle. It's for an anniversary show. If I can click on it, I, I am not wasting time here. I promise.
No, you good. You good.
Yeah, you good.
my,
You
my
good. Yeah.
browser sucks. Okay, here we go. Hold on, there we go. So Mikuano and Tommy Hayashishita were announced for the Miyuki's 8th anniversary show uh, on September the 27th in Osaka. Now, if if the reason they chose Mikuano is because they might have been told that Miku is going to win the tournament. I don't know if if the fact that it's Miku, just if that's only Miku and Utami is very interesting to me that they chose those specific names.
So, first off, a lot of history uh, with Miyuki Takase with actress girls as well as Miku Ano. Miyuki Takase was a former actress girls world champion, so I can understand her being on her show, which I think is really great. By the way, shout out to the Phoenix of Osaka, Miyuki Takase. Met her a bunch. Former DPW Women's World Champ. Um, Other than that, I mean, nowadays I really take produce shows as kind of like a thing to kind of like, I guess I kind of treat them like a side quest, so to speak. It's their opportunity to showcase, some of their favorites, get some familiar talent that, they enjoy or close to them, and just see what kind of madness or comedy or greatness or all of the above that you could get with such a show. I mean, we're getting ready to have that from Miyuki Takase. We're getting ready to have that from Tomoka Inaba. And it's like more and more coming. Like, there's going to be a variety, I believe, before the
Sorryism.
end of this year.
Yeah, that's a big one too.
Sorryism in November, I believe. Yeah, and they're gonna keep coming. They're gonna
Yeah.
keep coming.
Sorry really started a trend in that matter. Self-produced shows. Now you have two more people doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next?
Um,
Let's
that's a good
see.
question.
I think no. I think Boy's gonna have a self-produced show pretty soon.
Didn't he just have one technically?
She had
She
a
had it with
birthday
Sari.
celebration.
Yeah.
No, her and Soriano did
Yeah.
a self-produced anniversary show.
Yeah,
Yeah. Her Sorry, but I think she wants to do one on her own.
Gotcha. Oh, that's right. I
yeah.
did hear about that. That was, I forgot who she was
Wow.
talking about, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's the main thing of it. Luckily.
So one more thing on Marigold before we get into the WWE news, because this kind of ties into, well, not news, but recap of whatever.
Hmm.
I don't know if I talked about this yet on my channel. I know I haven't because I haven't really done a lot of podcasts on my channel in the past few months. But so there is a big, massive Marigold match supposedly taking place in October.
Grand
Which
Destiny.
if everything aligns up, I don't care what else is on that show. The main event of the show should be this match. Uh, it's supposed to be supposedly Mayu Iwatani, Io Sky, and I believe where's the venue again?
Ryogoku.
Ryogoku.
Kokikugan or Ryogoku Sumo Hall.
Yeah.
The moment that match is announced, that place is going to sell out.
Oh no,
Tickets
it's
are gonna fly.
guaranteed.
Yeah,
Guaranteed within 5 minutes of that match being made official, it'll be
because if you guys remember when they did Summer Destiny, they announced the show and they had what was it? They had the
Io and
Julia
Utami. Oh,
Julia Sorry match, which was already set in stone and everything, right?
mm-hmm.
And then the other matches prior to the EO match, which was the championship matches and all that stuff. The moment that EO was announced for Summer Destiny and they announced EO Utami, what happened with ticket sales? Yep.
Oh no, yeah, those things sold out because that was a match that we didn't think would happen.
Right.
Of the,
Nobody
because
really
of
knew
the
that was gonna
wrestling
happen.
politics. Like we didn't think Utami versus Io was gonna happen because of the current wrestling politics.
Right.
But
And
luckily enough, the people in charge at WWE now have a different stance on other companies outside of the one outside of that one.
Not to
yeah,
not to mention Utami's reaction was priceless.
yeah, like
Yeah.
that was an insane reaction. Now, granted, now this would be something that would require a lot of negotiation, a lot of words having to be kept. Because if you know the history of Joshi, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I would probably say if you don't do Io versus Mayu as a singles match, considering I think all three got announced for the Japanese tour, and considering the storyline that we're probably going to talk about next.
Oh, I was beginning to think you were talking about as far as the EO matchup. I'm like, no, the EO match is already set.
No, no. This is what I'm
I
saying
got you. I got you
when
now.
it comes to the Io match, because of because of what we're probably going to talk about next. Like I said, this is going to take a lot of negotiation. But
For one person, I know who you're talking about.
yeah, for that one person, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You would
Okay.
have the Kabuki Warriors, Asuka and Kairi Sane versus a reunited Thunder Rock.
Oh my God. They're
Oh,
I'm gonna tell
Okay.
you right now, they're gonna have to dig deep into those pockets. I mean, dig into those pockets.
Let me ask you this: would they pass up the opportunity to do not EO Kairi, EO Mayu one more time for that match?
Like I said, that would require a lot of negotiation. Like I said, remember, particularly with that for one person in that equation, considering their history with Rossi, you have to really dig into it. But it has to be
I know
made with
Kairi
promises.
would be for it because she still has a good relationship with Rossi.
Yeah, and then and that leaves Asuka, who has had
As of right
relations.
now, does not like him.
Nope,
If
she
Like, sure, she did the one photo with Julia and them at the Hall of Fame last year.
I I would
Was like very much far away from him.
I would have to I have to side with Ruckus in this aspect. If they are able to do enough to even get Asuka to be like, go on, I'm listening. That's ginormous in itself. And
Because
be and being the difficulty, because let's keep it real, the difficulty of that versus EO versus Mayu, I mean that's in a totally different ballpark.
or Kyrie even just doing the show in general too. That's the same thing.
yeah.
Yeah. So if they are able to successfully up the ante and get Asuka, oh you gotta really you gotta go in.
You gotta go.
Especially if she's willing to be like, go on, I'm listening. You gotta go for it. You gotta go
Because
for it.
Oh,
because
and
Io
not to
and
mention,
Kyrie, they're gonna have
It's like, no,
Sorry?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Io and Kairi, they're gonna have to be the best negotiators at that point in their careers to get Asuka and Rossi to play nice.
Now,
And
yeah, you have to play nice, but here's another good thing. Like, this is good history. Also, the main reason we know that Asuka and Rossi don't get along, it goes back to 2004 too, because Asuka made her debut in what was essentially Arceus.
Right.
With Rossi, I think that was still in charge. That crew actually did have a little mini reunion show last year. And you did have a huge mending of the fences between Rossi and I forgot the name. I think Hamada. She showed up out of nowhere.
Oh, Ayako Hamada?
Yeah. She showed up out of nowhere and she made peace with Rossi. And that was something that nobody thought was going to happen. Ooh. If Hamada can forgive Rossi, there are ways that don't involve money where Asuka can say, okay, I have to be the bigger woman here because it'll help out Io, it'll help out Kairi, and I get to wrestle somebody that I've never wrestled before in my.
Because here's another thing, like Asuka has not wrestled for another Joshi promotion since she left Japan.
Right.
And that was in 2015. That was 10 years ago.
Yeah. But
should be over 10 years ago by this point. Slightly, by months.
But given how Asuka is and how we know how she is, it's really she doesn't forgive very well when it comes to that stuff. Because you also got to think about the Japanese fans who she very much angered with her memoir.
If you notice, like in Japanese media,
true,
the Japanese media have actually really started to give Asuka her flowers.
Yeah, now, but if you remember, I think it was last year, she went off on Twitter about, I don't remember, somebody asked her about somebody mentioned something that said something about Stardom. She just went off on this person.
It was asking, I remember. It was 2023, and because like her booking wasn't exactly the best around that time.
Was this pre or post her coming back with the face paint?
This was post. I think this is one of the time where she came in and got hurt. But they saw like a start push, and somebody I remember on Twitter said, you should go back to Japan. You should go to Stardom. You would be a great hero.
Okay.
And then,
you know what? It probably was the end of 2023.
Yeah, beginning of 2024, and
yeah,
I don't know if it's verbatim, but I do remember explicitly Asuka said, "Stardom was made explicitly to destroy me."
Yeah, I remember now. That's exactly because
that one. Yeah.
People forget, like, the current title design for the High Speed Championship, she came up with that, and now they're using it.
Oh no! Well, yeah, it's the title. It's the title for Neo Ladies. They just happen to have that property, but it's the fact of the matter that like I said, for the people, if you're listening and you haven't touched a lot of Joshi history, particularly with Asuka, in 2010. Asuka kind of had a pipe bomb before the CM Punk's pipe bomb.
You know that I believe she got her memoir. I believe it was.
It was the Manifesto.
Manifesto. That's what it is.
Oh, now the story behind it, and now the story behind it was that she was part of Tajiri's promotion Smash, and Tajiri wanted to have her as a heel. So he convinced her, hey, Kana, which went Kana at the time, you should write something that kind of makes you feel like a heel. in many ways. You should give Tokyo Sports a story that, or you should put something out where you're just airing out your grievances, but keep it storyline.
By the way, this manifesto is also what sparked for a long, good while the heat between her and Io Shirai.
Yep. And that manifesto, even though it was kind of a worksheet promo, the rest of the Joshi community took it extremely, extremely seriously.
Especially one Io Shirai.
Yeah. And it blacklisted her from a lot, if not almost every major promotion at the time. And this manifesto came out in 2010.
Yep.
And what her line of thinking is because of the three people that were founding Stardom, Rossi Ogawa, Fuka, and Nanai Takahashi.
Right.
The three people that, not so much Fuka, but Rossi and Nanai, two people that she has had intense beef with.
Right.
They just happen to clink up like a year later and find this promotion. And in many ways, I could see how she felt that Stardom as a company was a direct response to that manifesto.
And then the whole thing with the Yoshihiko Act incident. That was another thing that she was not a fan of how it was handled.
Right.
Which is another reason why she does not like to this day Takahashi. So.
Yep. That's the other factor. That's the other X factor into it, because Nanai is retired, but you know she's still about the miracle. Like, she's probably a coach.
I think there's a good chance she's a coach. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot of negotiations, unless, because Asuka's in the same age range as me and Blitz are in the same age range, and we both know, like, once we get to this certain age, you may want to bury some hatchets for your own good.
Point well made.
Would she be willing to bury the hatchet with Rossi? Because the only way I see that happening is if Io and Kairi are there.
Yeah, I think those have to be the catalysts.
I don't know. It took a while for not Kairi. It took a while for Asuka and Io to make up. So I don't know.
Yeah, because remember those promos that Io and Asuka had in WWE. Those didn't have to be really scripted. Those two were really actually going at each other.
Yep.
Speaking of Io, Asuka, and Kairi, that gets us into our next segment, a little bit of esports. The storyline between those three and Rhea Ripley is one of my favorite things on television right now. Poor Kairi. So the story going on, if you guys are not following, which I don't blame you, but so the whole thing is Io has friendship-ish thing with Rhea. Asuka went away, had to have knee surgery. I think it was knee replacement surgery, I believe it was. And Kairi just sort of didn't go anywhere, but her and Dakota got all that stuff anyways. So they were gone. They had their little surgeries. Kairi had her, I think, some type of hand surgery, I believe it was. And so Rhea, Io kind of had this thing going back and forth here. They come back. Kairi's having great to be around Io again. Then Asuka comes back. And Asuka, it was during the Queen of the Ring tournament, Io is the champion at this point. She goes to Asuka because I believe this was when I think it was a few days before the finals. She said, can't wait to wrestle you at SummerSlam for the championship. And Asuka gave her this cold shoulder. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And now Asuka's kind of being bitter towards Io about this whole thing with Rhea Ripley. And this whole thing online, which baffles me how dumb some people are on social media. asking why is Rhea Ripley a part of this? What does she have to do with this? I'm like, guys, she's the entire reason Asuka is mad.
Yeah.
I'm loving what they're doing with this. Asuka, Io, it looks like they're going to be turning. Obviously, they're turning Asuka heel. That's going to be happening.
Yeah.
I think with what we saw it on Raw, I think we're heading in the direction of Asuka is going to be manipulating Kairi into thinking she's in the right, Io's wrong, and then later down the line, Kairi's going to figure it out that she's been played this entire time by Asuka, and they're going to finally do what they need to do with Kairi. What do you guys think?
Only thing I can say is two things. One, at some point we are gonna get Kairi versus Asuka for the first time ever.
Probably the only time ever.
Yeah. And secondly, I will be very intrigued to see what Kairi decides to do. She's either gonna go with best friend or Nesan exists.
Oh,
Well, okay. This is where I'm going to be different. Um, she can go either or, but if not Asuka, if Io and Kyrie could get in Triple H's ear about this suggestion, my guess, as the old saying goes, history has a funny way of repeating itself.
Okay.
We are finding ourselves at a moment in time that history is about to repeat itself again. Many years ago, Io decides to break up the Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Mayu would begin Stars. Io would begin Queen's Quest. Kairi just doing her own thing.
Hmm.
With Rhea being involved and now Asuka being involved, who's to say that history is about to repeat itself? She'll want nothing to do with it. She's had enough of people playing her. She's going to focus on her. Like Kairi, focus on Kairi for once in a very long time. You have Io and Rhea and versus Asuka. They do their own thing. Kairi does her own thing. Maybe this does lead to something happening at Marigold in October, Grand Destiny.
Interesting.
Who's to say? Who's to say that like maybe this could end up having Kyrie focus on an individual on a singles championship, whether it be the United States or the Intercontinental Championship.
oh, you've actually read my mind now.
I mean,
Interesting.
You've
my
actually
thing
read my
there
mind.
is I don't know if they'll do that at least right now, given that Kyrie is a
There's a lot of moving parts that need
very
to be decided.
integral
Yeah.
part of this storyline, though.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of moving parts,
Absolutely.
especially a very dynamic part that's still a big question mark.
Yeah.
Marigold and Rossi.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do think we're heading towards a tag match with Io and Rhea versus the Kabuki Warriors, possibly for the tag titles if they want to put the tag titles on Kabuki Warriors before we get to Perth.
But
It's a very interesting thing because now I'm starting to see patterns where I have an idea what the war because we're getting a women's war games match, whether people like it or not.
oh yeah.
Oh
Oh yeah.
yeah, for Survivor Series. Oh
I,
yeah.
I've kind of put the pieces together of what that's going to look like, and I think you guys might agree with me on this. Maybe not, depending on how you see it. I think the babyface team is going to be Io, Rhea, Lyra, and Stephanie versus Asuka, Kairi, Roxanne, and Bailey.
Oh,
That would be
Bailey
a
may be
banger.
the only one. Yeah,
Yeah.
might be the only one that would actually get thrown out a little bit, but it's a good idea. But the way I've been a Kyrie advocate for a very long time, and the way I can see it is, she'll probably snap one day at both of them, at both Io and Asuka, and just look at it like, you don't you don't think that haven't done anything by myself. Point at Io. Remember, WWE came for me first, not you.
This is true.
Well,
And then in that way, she would say, the only reason they paid attention to you was because of me. There's that. And then when you throw it Asuka, in that manner is, I'm not your kohai. I'm your friend, but I'm not your kohai. Which is what Asuka put out in the video. The senpai kohai relationship, student master, in that
Right.
sense. Said, I was never your student. I was your friend.
Yep.
And she just say, you know what? F both of y'all. You two can have this little battle. I'm gonna do my own thing.
I do think though, based on this past Monday, I think we're heading towards a manipulation type situation here with Asuka, because if you guys remember when Io suggested that, do you guys want my help, and Kairi was like, I would love to have you out, and Asuka's like, nope, we don't need you out there.
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah.
like, okay,
I mean,
that's very interesting. Then again, later on, I guess Kairi tried to say something to the Rhea and Asuka again. No, and I'm like, that's very manipulative. If I do say so myself.
they had what, 3 segments that whole show involving
Yep.
them? It was like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
For the past few weeks, they have been the main. That whole storyline has been the main story on the show.
I think
It's
it's
been the
only
main women's storyline, yeah.
I think it's only a matter of time with the number of interactions that the stick of dynamite is about to be lit, and it's just gonna inch its way towards explosion.
Yes.
It's only a matter of
Because
time.
Kairi's already, I mean, Io's already lost it. She's had enough of it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, she's had a crash out moment already.
Yeah.
um.
She's had it, and Asuka technically has had, I think, a couple already.
So now it's been. So now we have a. So now we got our first official match for WrestlePalooza, which I'm very excited to watch. That match is gonna. Oh my god, I can't wait for it. Io, Stephanie Vicure, vacated women's title. Asuka mentioned, said that we're gonna help you win the championship at WrestlePalooza. And I heard that, and I thought about it. I'm like, no, you're not. Asuka's screwing over Io. Why would you? Oh, I admit that you're going to be out there for her.
Oof. That's gonna be
Either
quite
she's
a
going to
turning
intentionally
point.
screw her over, or she's going to try to help, and it costs her.
Yeah, I think either way, that stick of dynamite, bam.
Because I think that's where we did set up the idea of that tag match, and then Io's going to think that Kairi went along with it, but in reality, Asuka kind of forced her to join in on it. So, but yeah, that's basically the one of the best things on Monday Night Raw right now. I'm just glad they got a storyline that people are actually into right now, which is great.
And it's very thoughtful, very well planned, and they're executing this beautifully right now.
And I can't wait for Io and Stephanie, and the match itself is going to be fantastic. The last 2 matches they've had have been bangers. I expect nothing less at WrestlePalooza. hopefully, because I think we're gonna have Rhea and Asuka as a match on there too. Because I cannot see them leaving Rhea off another pay per view.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that match is better than the last few matches. They have not had a great chemistry in the ring. That is, so we'll see there.
Yeah, that
one
that
more.
one has always been like one of those things that that's always been off. Like you would figure somebody like Asuka and somebody like Rhea will work better based on like how Rhea's worked with Io,
Right.
Io's work, and how Rhea's worked sometimes with Kairi. But
Right.
for some reason, Asuka and Rhea don't seem to mesh. But we'll have to see because you also have to keep this in mind when it comes into the women's title situation,
Mm-hmm.
and there's always that thought that WWE is gonna have a draft before the end of the year.
I think right now would not be a smart idea because you can realistically have this all lead
I'm
to potentially WrestleMania.
just keep doing the brand transfer window thing. There's
Yeah,
no need for a draft.
it should
No,
be done that way. Yeah, but if you're gonna do a draft, and if you want to include somebody brand new that could easily be Oscar's protege, why not have it be a person that most people pretty much assume is going to be Oscar's heir?
It's gonna be
Right.
what now?
Julia.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one more WWE thing before we go into the next stuff here. Julia is on SmackDown. I don't really know what they're doing with her. It's kind of I don't know. Like I was a little intrigued with the thing with Kiana James, and then they had her lose in like 10 seconds to beat Chin. I'm like, so you're telling me that Julia really doesn't need Kiana James at that point? But I guess that's a little thing here or there. But yeah. So yeah, that's basically the WWE stuff there. Uh, very looking forward to see what they're gonna do on next week. That's in the saga of of damage, the damage saga of damage control. um, moving to AEW now. Apparently, Rio came back tonight, which I just want to say, I put the tweet out there yesterday and said, you know, you know, she should tell Tony Khan to book other Joshis that he has employed that's not named Mina Shirakawa. And what happened 24 hours later?
Yep. He broke the emergency glass. Like in case of emergencies, bring Riho.
I've noticed
And
that quite a bit. Like she, every time they're put in the corner, they bring out Rio, which I think is hilarious.
you
history
should
is
forget this is Riho. Let's forget this is Riho we're talking about. She's got to win over Minoru Suzuki on her record, and she was
That's
first
crazy.
AEW's Women's Champion. So put let's we I think it's necessary that the world needs to finally give Riho her flowers after all the time she's been away on TV for whatever reason, whether it's lack of things for her to do or other issues like visas she may have been hurt that we don't know about. But it's good to see Riho back on television. And now, gonna announce this too here. Riho will be facing Mercedes Moné for the TBS Women's Championship.
Is that
yes,
happening at all out?
Yes.
yes. It's been
Yes.
Okay.
confirmed for All Out
In Toronto, baby.
in Toronto
Yeah.
for AEW All Out. And just to give folks a little bit of context, Riho's last official match was July 6th
Wasn't that a collision?
of 2024. Yes, Collision against Lady Frost,
Okay.
which she
Yep.
won. So
I'm gonna assume she had some type of injury is why she was out. I
she
think it
had
was
she had a combination of that and apparently the visa situation.
Right.
Really?
So yes, Mercedes successfully defended the TBS title against Alex Windsor. She tried to show sportsmanship. Mercedes flipped her off. She tried to clap back, got locked in the statement maker.
Mm-hmm.
Cue in Riho's music. Everybody's familiar with it. And she comes out, and maybe it's just me, but it looked like she got some boulder shoulders. Did y'all notice that? She got a little bit of boulder shoulders. It looked like she been, you know,
Having seen like the clip, she has she has put on a little bit of muscle, just a little bit,
yeah.
but she's still very much agile in the ring.
Yep.
So
But
it's good to see that she hasn't missed it.
so I
From what we can
haven't.
see right now, she hasn't
Yeah,
missed
so
it
I
right
didn't watch AEW tonight because I don't know, maybe I wasn't feeling up to watching it or whatever. But um, so I just thought it was very interesting that they went with Rio as the challenger. They also told me that they have no one else lined up. That's the other one I have.
Oh no.
Uh,
They have someone they very much lined up. They just don't want to do it.
I think I know who you're talking about. But um, but then somebody pointed out to me that said uh, one of Mercedes' first interactions in AEW was with Riho,
Yes.
and I thought about it. I'm like, could they actually have Riho be the one?
Well, she could potentially be the one, and she could make history as being the first one to have held the AEW Women's Championship and TBS Championship.
So that's right, because right now, not a lot of women in AEW hold the other titles.
Yeah,
Yep.
because you got to remember, we've only
That's
had
right.
5 TBS champions: Jade, Statlander, Julia Hart, Willow, Mercedes.
Yep. Yeah, they
So,
haven't had that title has not had that lot of lineage, but the bad problem, unfortunately, is this is Mercedes we're talking about, and unfortunately, I have a feeling that okay, this is a situation like with Athena that she just wanted to have the match with him with the sole purpose
Right.
of her going over, which is probably what's going to wind up happening because on the run that Mercedes is in right now, as far as like being a belt collector, the only belt that she's actually lost is a strong belt, which is a belt that doesn't exactly have a direction at the moment.
No.
right.
And every other belt, like okay, you have it from we have it from indie companies in various countries, various continents, and you're gonna eventually probably rebuild for that Mercedes versus Tony match.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fortunately, sadly, that's probably where Mercedes is also going to go over. And she'll probably be the first person to have the TVS and the AEW Women's title at the same time.
Well, see, I'm glad you actually brought up Tony Storm because I think Tony Storm's next opponent for All In or not All In, All Out. I know it's on here. I think it's gonna be Tekla, just based on the last few weeks of her getting involved with Tony Storm's matches.
Which is fair. That's
Um,
definitely fair.
You just
which
got to bring Amina Shirakawa.
which it makes, and I guess they would. I guess at some point they would do a tag match between, unless they've already done it, of Tony and Mina versus Tekla. And they probably have already done that. They'll probably do it again, but
Hmm.
yeah, I think that's the direction they're going to go for all. I keep calling it All In. You, keep one of the names, please.
Yeah, we
um,
got you. Um,
um,
yeah, I am curious to see who they may have, like maybe 1 or 2 matches for Riho to have leading up to her match at All Out.
well, hopefully she has matches prior to all out
You
because
need to warm her up again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
this is the
Yeah,
Tony
you
Khan we're
kind of
talking
need
about
to.
here.
Yeah, you need to not warm her up, give her a good feel good victory in that sense, and just have people get
Yeah.
immersed in it. Because like I mentioned, Rio is pretty much the break glass for emergency.
Now, Tony,
Because
Yeah.
yeah, because
please.
she appeals to the real OG AW fans,
Yep.
the fans that liked when they featured a lot of Tish talent
Yep.
more than anything before they fully put in their basket in Stardom.
Now, Tony, please let this be a trend. Next up, please bring back Cheetah. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm really hoping he'll do right by Riho. I mean, Riho was on the very first Dynamite, won the title at the very first Dynamite. So there's a lot of history, and she's an AEW original. Sheeta's an AEW original. So hopefully
But
they'll do right by her.
but speaking of Tony Khan, he was on the media. That's not media. I guess you would call it media scrum. Nope, it's media call
Hmm.
for Ring of Honor's Death Before Dishonor, and he had apparently revealed that he had plans for one Syuri before she went on her hiatus. Um, if I can bring that up here, I thought I had it and I do not. Oh wait, no, I have it. It's in a different folder. Oh, wow. So apparently he didn't know that she was going to take time off to deal with, I guess, an injury. I think it's an elbow injury.
Yeah,
Um,
elbow surgery. Get those
and if
spurs out.
at least it's not the Tommy John surgery that Micah had. But
Right.
uh,
Oh,
let me see if I can
yeesh.
find it here. Let me see if here it is. Here it is. So I got this from Wrestling Server. Here. Thankfully, I had this clicked in here. So Tony Khan mentioned as soon as this loads up, hopefully it loads up soon, because I hate this stupid thing. Hold on, let me rephrase it. I'm refreshing here because otherwise I would bring them up on my phone, but I'm not doing that. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so talked about the plan with Syuri and Ring of Honor, but she got hurt in her first appearance. He said that the bracket for the pure title was set, and then this week he had so apparently he had plans to put her in this tournament. He held off the announcement due to injuries. He talked about Queen Aminata
Hmm.
and her passport getting stolen. Affected plans for Wednesday's Dynamite, the week prior, I guess. But it sounded like that there were plans in place for Syuri to be in the tournament for that.
Hmm.
Um, what do you guys think about that? And what do you guys think about him not knowing that he already had plans to take a hiatus?
So, number one, I mean, we all know Tony Khan doesn't always do his homework. Let's just keep it real.
No.
He doesn't always do his homework. And secondly, um, she Shuri was definitely I definitely consider her to be an ideal candidate for that tournament for obvious reasons, especially considering how they advertised her, the video package, and then her getting the nod for All In, which was
Mm-hmm.
definitely quite a great way to debut her. Um, it's kind of a bummer, but at the same time, the thing going forward now is because we know she's getting ready to have a match in just a little under a week in Oz Academy reuniting with Hikaru Shida in Oz Academy. Now it's just a matter of what is really going to be the plan for her going forward as far as potentially how she may finish this excursion and what she could potentially do. Because, in all honesty, they're gonna have to figure something out with that. Because the only thing that I would consider, so when her video package was posted on social media, Athena reacted with it. She actually quote tweeted it with a little "hi" post. So, do we potentially, regardless of how long this excursion will be, do we at some point get Syuri versus Athena?
Well, that depends on how long her hiatus is going to be as well.
Exactly.
Because I don't know if you mentioned it or not, but she has a match coming up that they announced her for back in Japan.
Yep. Oz Academy.
I believe it's a tag match.
Yeah. Her and
Same
Sheeta.
match.
I believe so. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't know, because like, first of all, the pure title rules, I feel like it's something up her alley.
Yeah.
As she was a big opponent of the SWA title.
She was.
Which kind of had. I know they didn't have the same rules as a pure championship,
Right.
but she also did the. Oh my God, what was that? What is the match she's known for doing there? It's
UWF.
UWF.
Yes, and it feels like something kind of like a pure title rules a little bit, so it goes up into her a realm. I don't know who's winning the championship now. I don't actually know who's in the bracket. I forget. I know Yuka Sakasaki's in it. I know that. But
I have this strange feeling that Yuka is Shuri's replacement.
really,
Yep.
I just have that because, and don't get me wrong, I know.
And they just like plastered her name on there without like any announcement to it.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I know when it comes to pure rules. I mean, heck, the first pure rules champion was AJ Styles. AJ Styles a little more of a striker high flyer than really technical, if you really think about it. So I mean, I don't think it's necessarily ultimately limited fully to technical wrestlers, but it's like you may get.
We've seen it with the high speed title too.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the most recent one, recent example of that is Saki Kashima.
Right.
She's not known as a high speed wrestler, but she still won the title.
Yep. She was the low speed champion.
And I think to that
street champion. That's right.
And I think to that point, I'm not so sure if you talk to a lot of fans if the idea of Yuka Sakazaki in a pure rules tournament would be on their initial bingo card or would be one of their first choices for a replacement.
Right.
Yeah, but this does speak to the notion that we talked about with Riho. Like he had to break glass for emergency. He doesn't. Tony still not really using people that he probably should be using on Dynamite and Collision.
True.
He has him essentially on Ring of Honor, which I've labeled many, many times as witness protection. And the other part about it that may bother me about it is Tony Khan just said, like, okay, I'm just gonna announce who I'm more than likely going to poach next from Stardom.
You think it could be Syuri?
His behaviors, given the fact of like who he's taken from Stardom and New Japan, Asuka Okada, Will Ospreay, Katsuyori Shibata, it all lines up with how he goes about getting these people.
Yeah,
You know,
like
Shirakawa's the same thing.
Well, we talked about this
Hmm.
before,
Hmm.
that I don't know if Sherry's gonna last. I don't see Sherry lasting very much longer in pro wrestling.
no,
Um,
no, she's taking acting a little bit more, taking acting more
that and
seriously.
I think she's gonna want to try her hand again at mixed martial arts.
Yes, yeah, she's.
Um,
It's either gonna be Ryzen or she's gonna try her hand once again in the UFC. But
she could
the
also try her hand at Pancrase again because that is still around.
the bad part about it is I don't think it is around much anymore, and that's where she made her bones.
True.
So,
No, Pancrase still has champions.
but they don't run as many
How
cards,
often do they have their
It's
shows?
unfortunately.
fair. It's fair.
Yeah, they don't run that many cards, unfortunately, right now. And but the bad part about it is also, as you mentioned it, Shuri doesn't have a lot of time. So she made us look at it as, okay, I need to get the bag now. I need I need to go out, and if I'm gonna put myself secure, I might as well do it now. And A-Dub and Tony Khan will probably do it, and he'll probably outbid himself in doing so, because the only way it goes in any other direction is if Triple H and Nick Khan get prodded to doing it. And I
Doing
don't think they really want to invest in somebody and of Shuri's age and the long traction that she's had. They're probably leaning more towards a younger direction, unless this does lead into Shuri getting back into UFC.
right. Well, there's also
Interesting.
there is that relationship with Asuka that Sherry has, that I could also see Asuka try to not coach, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? Encourage
Mm-hmm.
Sherry about, well, you know, I know Stardom kind of has a lighter schedule too, but like if you come over here, we don't do very much house shows anymore, uh, and uh, when we do, it's usually the ones where we go overseas. Um, so I know you be uprooting your life and all that stuff, but you wouldn't be. I
Alone.
mean, you wouldn't be doing the full 365 days a year stuff.
So I have mixed feelings because here's the thing. So
I'm not
Shuri,
advocating her to go to WWE. By the way, I'm just going at it as like a scenario.
gotcha. So I mean, Shuri's Shuri's in her mid 30s,
Yeah, 36.
36. Now, there's a couple of things I could see happening. One, I mean, thankfully it seems like the injury that she had, or at least got surgery with, doesn't seem to be as severe
No,
as it could have been. You know,
yeah,
bone
it's not.
spurs.
Yeah, it's not like with Micah where she had to have the full Tommy John
Right.
surgery.
Now, even at her age and, a slightly different stature than when she was in her earlier days of kickboxing and MMA, Shuri's still in incredibly good shape.
Right.
Now, and of course it's obvious she is definitely open to competing in America. I mean, we've even seen it,
Mm-hmm.
with our own eyes. That's there.
And she did all in. So
Yeah. The idea of a return to UFC or some form of MMA competition is very intriguing. That plus, I mean, she could definitely pursue more acting. I mean, she's about to be a lead in, I believe, a lead in a stage play, upcoming stage play. Not to mention, she even has her own separate channel for stunts and martial arts stunt stuff. I think what this may ultimately be setting up, which this could be good or bad, how you look at it, this could potentially be a setup for Syuri to really go on some sort of final career run. Or like perhaps the final stage of her career. Because realistically, she may not want to go into her 40s still
Right.
doing this.
Right.
You know? Could she? Absolutely. Without a doubt, she could. But I think there's a good chance that she may not want to. And with her being 36, I think this we could potentially see within maybe 2 to possibly 3 years from now her final run before she hangs up the boots.
I can see
No matter
that.
what, she's gonna have a remarkable career, something to be very proud of. Um, on the men's side, you have Minoru Suzuki.
Mm-hmm.
The equivalent to that on the Joshi side of things is Syuri.
Yep.
Like you hear that first note in her music, just a change in the atmosphere takes place. The second you hear it, you go, "Oh hell no, someone's screwed here." It's
Yeah.
like the same. I'm pretty sure like Victoria Yuzuki or Mia Masaki, if they ever hear her music again,
Mm-hmm.
they'll have flashbacks to when they got
Right.
choked out
Right.
by Syuri.
Right.
But I'll go back to Misfit's point here. Given the fact that she may be on the last stages of her career here, and I'll combine this with Jason's,
Mm-hmm.
she's maybe gonna have to go for the bag now, even if it means it's a short-term thing.
Mm-hmm.
Get her match with Athena. That's something that I think that they would have to do sooner rather than later,
Mm-hmm.
and I think she prefer it that way.
Yeah,
If you're also Taro
it's
Okada, and you can see that like how beat up her body's been, and how sometimes how she's heavily taped, you're gonna have to like have that conversation with her and saying how much longer can you go at this, and if you want certain individuals to be elevated that way, that should you be coming to that stage in the next few years, who would you want to be the one to retire you? That's going
yeah.
to be different conversations that Okada and Syuri are going to have down the road. When? Maybe in a little while, but I think it's going to
I,
be necessary soon to start planning um, for when that time comes. That should Syuri retire in the next 2 3 years, start elevating certain people now,
Well, luckily
and
that is what
at least they
Stardom
have a
has been
continue.
doing. Say again. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
No, I said like luckily that's what Stardom is starting to do now. Like
Mm-hmm.
we've seen it from
finally.
the Cinderella tournament on down. Like they're starting to elevate the young wrestlers that they have.
you mentioned who could retire. Sure, if they want to play their cards right, I can see you in next. Maybe I'll just throw a number out here. 3 years from now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Shirley wants to retire in 2029, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can absolutely see them having Renee Agami be the one to retire Shirley.
Yeah. By that point, you're probably thinking that Ronnie Agami has. You already assume by that point she probably already at least won at least an artist or a goddess title,
Yeah,
maybe even a white belt.
yeah,
By
something
that
like
point.
that.
But part of me, mainly because
I mean, the other name I thought of was Konami, but there's a good chance I think Konami might have retired by that point.
yeah, there's a legitimate chance Konami retires before Sherry at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was thinking, unfortunately, this is probably me admitting that I fell in love with Syuri as a talent. I didn't fall in love with Syuri as a talent in wrestling. I did it in MMA. I have a feeling that if she does retire, when she retires, it's not going to be in the wrestling ring. It's going to be in a cage.
Yeah, see, that's why that's the line of thinking I'm having there.
Yeah, and it's going to be Syuri Kondo. Now, granted, I am not asking her to face somebody like Amanda Nunes. Not asking for that. Maybe a Valentina Shevchenko.
Ooh, I would love to see that, actually. I would love to see that.
Dang, bro.
I would love to see that.
Because I genuinely think that her career is going to end in the cage.
I will say this. Whatever her last pro wrestling match will be, I'm going to tell you right now, and this may be bold, there's not going to be a single dry eye.
Oh no! Like I will. That's probably one of the ones I would have to go personally to Japan to see.
If not,
Yeah.
If not, Renee Yagami as her last pro wrestling match. How? I'm curious if Jason would think feel about this. What if they went with Ami Sourei?
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Don't do that.
Don't do that to me.
No, but this is
No.
serious. It's a serious question though.
Dang, from founder to pretty much bodyguard, honor guard. Oh man, that would be. We all know how emotional Syuri gets.
Yep.
If Syuri, I tell you right now, if she was able to, if she was not attached to Stardom, she would be choosing Mirai as that opponent.
That's the other thought. That's my other thought.
However, if it's Stardom, I feel like it's going to be either one or two people. It's either going to be Rana Yagami or Ami Sourei. Somebody in God's eye would be. I'm
gonna throw a third person. If we're gonna count Mirai, it's gonna be 4.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's take
two
Mirai
more.
out. Okay, let's take Mirai out there and
Okay, if we take Mirai out, like I said,
mainly Stardom for now.
it would be 3.
Okay.
It would still be 3 in my eyes because it's either Rana Yagami, Ami Sourei, or Tomoka Inaba.
Oh, I didn't think about that one.
That's another good choice. That's another good choice.
Tomoka's a really good choice too. She's
didn't-
actually on my list of she's on my short list of people that could retire Syuri.
I did not think about that.
They were karate great together. Now, in addition, I'll give you the final name that was on my list of people that could retire Syuri in 2 to 3 years. I'll throw this one in because of their mutual interests.
Mm-hmm.
Kyoka Kotatsu.
She trained her.
That's a good one. I
There you go.
didn't think about that, but that's a good one.
Best teacher-student relationship. They have faced each other in UWF competition.
Yep.
In a Bloodsport match, I think it was.
And they're all members of God's Eye.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Their relationship and their time together, even before Kotatsu was a member of Stardom. Who's to say that in 2 to 3 years, Kotatsu has to be the one to pull the trigger?
The thing with that is Stardom has to build up Kotatsu.
Wow.
Yeah. And at least she's not a newbie either. I mean, at the same time, she's been doing this for 4 years. So.
But yeah, but that's I liked that idea of it being. Oh, that's good. That's good.
And the crazy thing is, could y'all imagine who would be in attendance for this? Like,
a lot of people are going to be in attendance for this one.
Like,
I can tell you right now that Julia's going to be there. I can tell you
Julia,
Himeka's going to be there. I'm going to tell you every
Sheeta.
It'll be
Sheeta,
it'll be all of Donna Del Mondo. All of Donna Del Mondo will be there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Asuka might make the trip.
Asuka might make the trip.
You mentioned Sheeta. She might make the trip.
I'll even go as far as to say Mayu.
Konami might.
Mayu will be there.
Konami, if she's retired at the point, will come out of retirement to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll add
And
one more person to the ballot that will probably be poking her head out of the curtain.
Tajiri
Momo Watanabe.
or
Oh,
Momo,
yeah.
yeah, Momo
Momo will
Watanabe.
run up,
who at
but
that point would probably have already been hopefully a multi-time world champion.
yes, yes, I'm hoping for that. But also one name that probably won't people will know, but not our history, but it does tie in with MMA history because Shayna Baszler was correct. You could probably call her the greatest fighter, female fighter in MMA history, Megumi Fuji.
Bingo.
I for some reason thought you were going to be like Shayna.
dude, dude, if you really want to see like Syuri weep, you get her to attend. Oh, Syuri would weep.
That's, yeah. So there you go, Okada. We just helped you and Sherry come up with retirement plans. You're welcome.
Yeah,
We
because I'm a,
accept royalties in dollars. We
because
accept royalties in dollars.
because
You
I'm a,
accept royalties in dollars? Not yet, brother. Come
because
on.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
you get,
She's gonna
I'll get Canadian dollars.
she's gonna completely lose it even before 10 bell salute finishes.
Yeah.
She's gonna get to like number 3 and it's just going.
She lost it when
Yeah.
Momo won the tournament, so we can see how crazy she gets. But quick Bozilla thing, I think she did great for Bendor. She's still she's even look she don't even mind going to WWE. That's what something she's like. So we'll see on that end here. Bozilla is going to be back at Stardom this week, and when we get to that, we're going to run through these other quick things first before we get to the main subject, which is Stardom, because that's what we came here to talk about. Mainly, so Asuka, not kind of there's so many Oscars in the world, man.
Ah.
Asuka Goda is departing from Pro Wrestling Wave due to an illness. Sad news there. Doesn't sound like it's a good illness from what I've read and what you guys have told me in the press.
Yeah, so it's very interesting considering, originally saw her like not too long before that. She was part of Ice Ribbon. She went through a couple of name changes, then went to Wave, and now this. So, August 31st was, her last stint before she departed for treatment. Uh, Not sure how long she'll be out. Sounds pretty serious, but speedy recovery for her. Definitely somebody that I thought was pretty good, especially from when I watched her in Ice Ribbon. But
Right.
yeah, wish her speedy recovery.
Yeah, that's the sad part of it because unfortunately, it can tie into the other story I know that we had to talk run through it, which is Moka Miyamoto.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, like I said, we're jumping into the Tej. She had to relinquish the international princess title that she just won from Suzume
Right.
Right.
That's crazy.
for an undisclosed health issue.
Right.
The only thing I can say with that is the time frame is insane
Mm-hmm.
because she won the title from Suzume at Summer Sun Princess. That was back in July 21st, I believe it was. It was only like maybe 4 or 5 days later that the whole illness or whatnot was announced. And then it was only just last week or so that it was made for her to relinquish the International Princess Championship.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, and I really hope and pray to God that this is not the case. I'm afraid that it could be the C word. I hope I'm so wrong as wrong can be.
Oh, Oh, okay, I know what C word.
But
I was trying to figure out
Yeah.
what C word you were talking about. I'm like, oh well, there's one. There's the one that we had the world shut down, and then there's the other C word, that the horrible one. I mean, they're both horrible, but still,
yeah. So I,
the
because
CA word,
yeah,
Yep.
CA.
Yep.
not
And
CO. That one
yeah,
sucks too, but
not
still.
CO. The CA that's also a zodiac sign, sadly.
I mean, they both
CA
suck,
one
but
is no
still.
can of worms.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have no idea how long she's going to be out. And whatever it is, she's been hospitalized to get treatment for. And if it took that much time to pass,
Hmm.
then that decision was made, this must be severe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the only question that I have when it comes into this is Coda had to know, right? He had to have some idea that something was happening. And if he did, I get it. You don't want to tie Yuki Arai's record for most, like for the record for international princess offenses,
Mm-hmm.
which is what Suzume would have tied if she won that match.
If she retained, yeah.
Yeah, if she
Yeah.
retained. But if Coda had any idea that something was off with Boca, you wouldn't put that you wouldn't put the belt on her. Like if in common sense, you wouldn't put the belt on her. You ride with Suzume, and then Suzume would lose it to either to the two people that are not going to compete for the vacant title, Jada Stone or Arisu Endo.
Well, here's an interesting thought. That like so, I'm not saying she has these C word, but let's just hypothetically, right? I know it's a weird thing to say when it comes to that situation, but hypothetically, let's say she, you know, what if she didn't know, and just like the very next day, all of a sudden comes back, you got so and so, and then you go to the boss, the booker, and then they tell you, well, I don't think we can have you keep defending that championship while that's going on.
I
And they said,
mean,
I mean, there's always a chance that that's also a thing.
that would really suck timing wise. And I don't know, maybe I also saw something, those that saw the match. I mean, she didn't look like she was out of it or
Right.
anything like that. And the last time we really saw her, she did the post match backstage interview, and she seemed like herself, but like,
I'll give an example here, and I know it's not Joshi related, but
so,
so Bray Wyatt, right? So Bray Wyatt had that match with LA Knight, right?
yeah,
He wrestled. He did the match like it seemed like it was fine, right? Uh, and he kept showing on television doing those promos that lead up to whatever match he was going to have with Bobby Lashley.
right.
We didn't. He seemed fine, and then all of a sudden he just went away, and we were like, okay, did they just drop everything that he was going to do? We didn't know at the time that he had COVID, nor did we know that he had heart problems and that he was really sick. And then we found out he was getting better, and then he passed. And the same situation with Brody Lee. We didn't even know that he was sick. He just had that match with Cody Rhodes and just disappeared. And then
True.
all the next thing we know, he's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those are two very very dark examples. If you're gonna throw
But
that,
you get where I'm coming from with that.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying she's gonna go. I'm just saying like we didn't know how like they were sick at the time. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah.
TJPW has been doing a good job of keeping this close to the vest, and ensuring like
So,
maximum privacy for Miyamoto.
but yeah,
The
but I
thing that
hope.
you're gonna have to, the thing that is gonna be top priority at best now
Mm,
is A, her recovery, and B, how you pivot from her being champion. Um, whether it's decided in a very short tournament to decide the next champion,
Oh,
or what have you.
we're gonna when we get to we're gonna get to the card for that. They've already announced how we're gonna crown a new champion. So, but we'll get to that in a second here because we're a good thing we're going into the also speedy recovery to Asuka Goda too.
Yes.
Hopefully it's not as bad as the stuff with Miyamoto is. Oh, presumably, but TJPW, we've talked about that. Well, we were talking about it here. Big news came out of two big stories came out of TJPW. One of them being the sudden, bizarre departure of Maki Itoh, which came out of left field. Like that was a weird thing that happened. And what could you guys? Where were you guys when that news broke?
Shoot. It was random. I think I was getting ready to either go to bed or like I had turned off one of my games or something like that. And oh no, I remember now. I finished doing a YouTube video and then I was getting ready to pack it up and then that happened. I was just like, "Oh no, I got to get back on." Cuz that caught me out of nowhere and it's just weird, but yeah, they no extension, no new deal, no, just
she didn't even get a farewell.
yeah, no graduation, just nope. But at the same time, does that leave open for a potential return?
I don't know because so she did comment on her departure, and I have it here. She said, "I will continue wrestling, so I'm sure we'll meet again somewhere down the line. I'll never forget the gratitude I feel towards everyone who supported me, and I'll keep treasuring the experiences and knowledge I've gained here. So as I move forward." That was what she had said in her. Well, basically, the gist of what she said in um, her tweet about her departure from TJPW. Um, given given that it's sudden, you would. I don't think she's coming back.
Never say never.
I don't know because this is very similar to the ring announcer.
Syuri.
Oh,
yes,
Sarah.
She also didn't get a graduation. I don't think.
No, she
did.
Kind of did.
Okay, so
she had her own produce show in a way.
Okay, so but her departure was just out of left field as well.
Yeah, but well, with her, luckily she was able to explain it. It was just mainly she wants to try to broaden her horizons.
I'm wondering if with Maki Itoh, this feels like a creative thing.
It's to me because of the way if she phrased it, it's not like where she already had something on the table. Like she didn't have a contract from AEW or even WWE at the table. Because then at that point you could do it and have a graduation ceremony.
Right.
The way she phrased it, I think to me it's probably a situation where Maki's smart enough to know that okay, I'm a lot more popular in the West than I am in Japan right now. I need to really, really, really invest on that now, even if I just have to do like a mini excursion, an indie run, and maybe then AW will sign me, or even like I said, the remote possibility. We always have to leave it there. Remote possibility the WWE would pick her up. She just has to do it at that point, and once if she doesn't find a steady home in that front, they'll probably say like, okay, let me come back. I didn't burn the bridge with Tej. I didn't like flat out say that this company sucks, like that they treat people badly in that front.
At least not yet. She has.
No, no, not yet. But
Not yet.
she hasn't yet. And so that hopefully does mean that she's open to come back.
Right.
Sounds like it was civil, and I again, I'll go back to that earlier point. Never say never in professional wrestling. Like when CM Punk left in 20, I think it was 2012. I think it was. So correct me if I'm wrong. 14?
2014.
2014, yeah.
Mhm.
14. So
2014.
who of us would have thought that he'd be coming back to WWE eventually? I'm sure none of us did. Because it sounded like he
Yeah.
burned with a freaking flamethrower. But with Maki, it does sound like it was amicable, and it does sound like she's open to the suggestion that she comes back one day to TJPW. She's going to be swinging for the fences in America.
Mm-hmm.
That much
Yeah.
is for certain. And if things don't work out, she has the home to come back to in TJPW.
And the thing is because I feel like this kind of goes in line with this other story here that we have here, which is they have this new system that they announced, which was also just very random, which was this new leader system that just came out of nowhere, and they announced, which we don't even know what it means, but and I have it here, is Miyu Yamashita was named the new leader of this new leader system. It says the plan is to present fans with a ring that carries a greater sense of unity. Yamashita has already led a group. She now will take the responsibility of bringing all members of Tej together.
Translation: She ain't leaving TJPW.
Like
No.
she hasn't gotten the phone call yet. But what this
She's already
also
locked.
what this also means, because we have to remember, TJPW just had in the last month, like last month and a half, some of the best, if not the best success that an actual Joshi Promotions has had in the US with their Texas tour.
Oh yes.
And you can tell based on that tour, they've outgrown the collective. They can run the show without.
By the way, we're not counting Skatebot. That's its own thing.
Yeah.
That
Right.
is American.
We're not counting that.
based.
No, a purely Joshi promotion
From
based in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tokyo Story, the company that helped bring Tej to Texas, have said they are more than willing to help them have TJPW have an actual US base.
Right.
It's huge.
And with Miyu Yamashita making it pretty much a pattern that for at least 3 to 4 months, she's always going to go in a European or an North American excursion.
Mm-hmm.
Not only have her as a leader, have her be the leader to put that flag saying TJPW US branch.
It would be kind of similar to what New Japan has with New Japan Strong.
Yeah, but actually do it right this time.
But I'm saying like
Learn from their mistakes, really.
And I believe Tej also had a show WrestleMania weekend as well.
Yeah.
Didn't they?
2.
Okay.
One was technically a collab show, and then they had their own show. I mean, it was part of the collective, but the fact that you're getting pretty much the ace of TJPW as your leader, who has really picked up quite a career of matches in the US and heck, even in Europe. I mean, Pro Wrestling Eve, like that's a pretty big name to go with to really usher into this, especially like Ruckus mentioned, breaking records. I mean, breaking records in attendance here that surpassed their best show in Japan. That's crazy.
And I know Daniel mentioned it about the branch, and this kind of ties into the thing here. TJPW announced with DDT that they're gonna have a joint show in Malaysia, and I feel like that's kind of might be the starting point, like the start of whatever this plan they have. To have more shows outside of Japan, like you mentioned. Um, Obviously more in the U.S., but like all over the world, and like London and obviously Paris, because like France and all these other places. I think this joint show with DDT. I know it's a joint show, but I feel like this is going to be the start of that.
Yeah.
Oh
If
yeah.
there's anything that that this trend has been showing, whether it's TJPW, DDT, even Stardom, um, is that especially for the Joshi community, their sphere of influence is becoming more worldwide, and they're becoming more renowned for their work.
I mean,
Um,
because it's not
you
listed in
got to
the thing,
look
but
at their success.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry to cut you off, Al, but it's not listed on here. But we mentioned Stardom. They, I believe, a few 2-3 years ago, it might have been last year or the year before. They did a couple of shows over in Taiwan with New Japan,
They
uh,
they
and
they,
then
they had not in Taiwan. I think in Shanghai.
I think they did one. I think they did a
Did
Taiwan
they
show
do
too.
Singapore as well?
Yeah, I think there was also a
Yeah.
Taiwan show was in there
Yeah.
too. And then
Yeah.
later this year they're gonna do,
They did a good like an Asian tour. Yeah. They did
and
a
then
good Asian tour. But you also talking into that front, they're gonna have that Bushi Road Expo in Mexico this year.
well, not only that, they announced a few weeks ago, a month or so ago, that they're gonna have another historic crossover in China.
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy. There's a lot of there's a lot of good stuff. I feel like it's gonna be a good couple more years for the world of Joshi Pro Wrestling. I can feel it. Um,
Yep.
TJPW, Stardom, will. Uh, so yeah,
Marigold,
uh,
uh, Actress
Marigold,
Girls,
Sendai,
Sendai.
Wave.
Like,
and
this is a
when
good time to get into Joshi Pro Wrestling.
when Jason
This really
comes back
is.
from his break, uh, we will talk about the Wrestle Princess show that's coming up, because there is some news that we were talking about earlier about the title, the International Princess title being vacated, and some other
Yeah.
cool things are going to happen on that show. I believe this is their big show, like their version of the Wrestle Kingdom and Dream Queendom and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
It's always either Grand Princess or Wrestle Princess. That's always gonna be like their big show.
I do believe, isn't it Miyu? Who isn't it? Miyu Watanabe win? Didn't they? She win that tournament?
Yeah, that was the Tokyo Princess Cup. Yeah.
Okay, so is she getting? So I believe she's getting the title match here, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay, all right. So we'll talk about that. Oh, he's back. So we're getting ready to talk about the Wrestle Princess show. Uh,
Ah.
and I know, and while we're gone, I mentioned that I think we're in for a very good future for Joshi Pro Wrestling. So with all the good stuff that's happening with the shows going all over the world and all that stuff. So
Yes. Yes, indeed. A lot to look forward to.
I don't have the card for this show up. You do. Um,
Yeah.
so let's run down the Wrestle Princess
Okay.
show,
So just
number
to re
5.
so just to recap, Wrestle Princess 6 will be September 20th.
6. I don't know why I said 5.
It'll be at the Otowar General Gymnasium in Tokyo. Nice
Mm-hmm.
venue. Been there. Love it. Just going right from the top. Oh,
Bro, he just loves showing off that he went to Japan. I'm kidding.
I'm gonna flex that till the day I die. You best believe. Um, opening up, tag match. Suzume teaming up with rookie Ren Kanatsu to take on the combo that's quite entertaining, the Apple Goblin Mei Saruga and Up Girl Utatakami.
I can never go against the Apple Girl, so
Never. I never bet against Mei
No.
Suruga.
No.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
actually going Mei Suruga Utakami as well.
Yeah.
He's never
You also got to
yeah.
realize, you also got to
Apple
take into
Girl.
account she gets Mei Suruga gets really, really protective of Uda.
Yeah, it was pretty cool seeing them perform the Ringo song live. Okay, we have our first championship match that's not a Tej title. This is very interesting. We have a delayed entry battle royale for the Iron Man Heavy Metalweight Championship. The champion,
Wait, a
Pokotan.
DDT title is being defended on a T show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Pokotan, the champion, will defend against Raku, Shino Suzuki, Mifu Ashida, Pam Harajuku, Kira Summer, Mahiro Kiryu, and Chika Nanase.
All right.
Well, what the heck is a delayed battle royal? First of all,
My guess is a new competitor will come in at time intervals.
Okay, so basically a Royal Rumble and Royal
Okay.
Rumble format. Now,
That's what I'm thinking.
I have a
for
wild
the-
prediction.
for the uninitiated, the DDT Iron Man Heavy Middleweight title is the DDT equivalent of the old WWE 24/7 or the Hardcore Championship rules, which is pretty
Yep.
much
Yep.
that title gets defended.
The only
anywhere.
difference is with those titles, a wrestler has to win it, or a person actually has to win it.
Yeah.
This title, my microphone could win the title. We've
Yep.
seen it happen. Ladder's won the championship.
Ladder has not only won the title, it has actually defended it.
Yeah. I mean, heck, Saki Akai's photo book won the title once.
So I have
Yeah.
this might actually be a real prediction that I might stick with because knowing the history of this title and knowing how Tej is not that serious of a promotion, I think we could see a chance where the winner of this I can't believe I'm going to say this. I think the Turnbuckle is going to win the title.
I would not be surprised.
I mean, it's definitely not impossible.
I would not be surprised. But if I'll say anything about this when it comes to this belt and just how hilarious it is, that goes around. All right, but I would probably say by the end of the night, that belt needs to be on my hero.
My hero gets my vote as well.
For some reason, I feel like some absolute bonker shenanigans is gonna take place. So I don't really know what the hell's gonna go down, but bring it on.
Yeah, I agree. I'm probably sticking with this. I don't know why this idea of, oh my god, if they actually have Buckle and the Battle Royal, I might I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I will do something.
All you have to know is this: look at who is the current champion. It is literally a mascot. It is Pokotan.
Yeah. So that in itself is enough evidence there.
Can the Ring win the title? Is that possible?
Anything to win the title. There's a legitimate chance. I have to look at the dates. There's a legitimate chance that I may have a small claim to the Iron Man heavyweight title because an entire audience, both online and I think in Korakuen Hall, were a champion at one point.
I believe the title has actually won the title.
The title has won itself, yes, and it's actually changed hands in dreams.
That's why I love it.
It's crazy. Like,
don't you just love it when wrestling is not serious and it's like to the point where people know it's not serious and people like it when it's not.
Yeah, no kidding.
I love the serious stuff. Don't get me wrong, But there are times, within reason, um, I can understand the wacky side of professional wrestling. This just takes it to a whole new level.
And then some.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't win the title when you went to, to Japan last year, Jason.
I mean, I would have embraced the opportunity. You best believe. We may have to pour one out for a certain sunflower because the next match we have the legendary Aja Kong versus Himawari.
All right. Okay. I think I have a good idea where this is gonna go. Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
let me write
Himawari.
out her obituary right now.
Himawari, y'all.
Um, you know, crazier things have happened in pro wrestling. Um, but you know what? I think there is a small chance. I think she might actually beat Aja Khan. I know that sounds crazy to say out loud, but I'm just saying.
Well, this is the boss level match. Like Aja Kong
Yeah.
at this stage is basically like one of the mid level bosses that you have to face in order to prove yourself. And Himawari has reached that point where she needs to do that. The only other talent that needs to do it is Kairi Toribana.
Yeah.
But I could I could I could see Himawari pulling some shenanigans and try to and beat Aja Kong, because the thing luckily with Aja Kong at this stage of her career, she actually likes working with younger talent.
Yes.
Like just look at how much she loves working with Wakana Urahara. Like
Yeah.
Won't be hardcore Holly, I'll tell you that much.
Oh God,
Wow.
that
Um. Yeah. Wow. um. So we're getting an interesting return. The White Dragon, Rika Tatsumi, faces off against a returning Priscilla Kelly. Some of y'all out there may know her as Gigi Dolan from the WWE.
for a little bit was also Priscilla Kelly.
for the Mae Young
So I
Classic,
think
yeah.
we get the win.
Yeah.
Priscilla, I think, gets the win here.
Yeah, I agree.
For a return,
I
it
mean,
has to mean something.
yeah, I have tough time because returning and facing the first ever Grand Slam champ in Tej. Uh, I'm gonna have to go Rika, but Priscilla. It's nice to have her back on there. Rockus, who you have?
It's one of those 50-50 matches that
Yeah.
Yeah,
can go either way.
But
It's
like I said earlier, T is not a serious promotion, so I can see them
true.
yeah, like
having them beat the grand. Like I don't know if Grand Slam means very much in a non-serious promotion like T.
well,
If you really think about it.
the main thing luckily about it though is, like I said, Rika has already, you mentioned she's a Grand Slam champion. She's done pretty much everything you can do at Tej.
Hmm.
And at that point, like her main thing is probably just be the ambassador. So I could see Priscilla Kelly winning this match, and it'll be hilarious how she wins it, because Rika always likes to murder people when she fights. So it's always gonna be a fun match in that way.
True. Chokes
And
him out first.
yeah, now the only what it probably would tell that too is we have to remember we had one Gaijin come back to a Joshi promotion and pretty much make herself exclusive recently.
Oh
Who's to
yeah.
say that Who's to say that Priscilla Kelly is not the second?
I don't know if Priscilla Kelly is going to want to uproot her life to Japan though.
You never know. Tej is very receptive to international talent, so you never know.
I don't know. Right now, I don't think Priscilla Kelly seems like the person who wants to sign with anybody right now.
Okay, Tej is also going to have a match where a certain somebody will be setting foot in a Tej ring for the first time in her oh so double digit career. We have ourselves a tag match. Toga and Haru Kazushiro taking on the combo of Yuki Arai and making her Tej debut, Lady Destroyer Hiroyo Matsumoto.
I love Lady Destroyer. My first exposure to her was the Mae Young Classic, and I fell in love instantly. She's so awesome.
Met her once here and met her once in Japan. That's all I got.
Long
And
scores the pin.
I just want to point out that match he had between Storm and the Mae Young Classic.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah,
But
it was beautiful.
I'm gonna go with Lady Destroyer, and yeah,
same. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like Haru's young, she can afford to lose a tag match in this stage, and Matsumoto, Hiroyo Matsumoto has been one of those Joshis that unfortunately has had to toll through the last real dark age of
Ni-
Joshi.
19-year career.
Yep.
It's
And
crazy.
yeah, so it's a good way. Like she's just like more branching out now. People are now starting to really get to know her,
right.
and it's a good thing to see because like you normally would expect her to just stick around like the Sendai, Oz Academy,
Right.
Mm.
LLPW route in that way, but jumping into something like Tej, it means something that for it. It's a pretty good endorsement of a company like TJPW if somebody like Hiroyo Matsumoto is willing to work with them.
Oh yeah.
I can see her eventually. I know she used to do a few matches with Stardom, but I can see her coming back to do a few matches with Stardom too, since Stardom is mega hot right now.
And also she won back the Beyond the Seas singles championship at the Seedling 10th anniversary, so that was pretty big for her. But yeah, I'm in agreement. Matsumoto and Yuki Arai for the victory.
What about you, Al? The same thing?
I've said it right off the cuff. Ray Matsumoto will be the one scoring the pin that night.
All
There
right,
we
then.
go.
There you go.
Interesting interesting tag match next. We have the team of the Pink Striker Miyu Yamashita and Kaya Toribami taking on former Princess Tag Team Champions Yuki Niki. That's Yuki Aino, Ryo Mizunami. Of course, Ryo Mizunami was last year's Tokyo Princess Cup winner. I'm going Yuki Niki.
Really?
Yep.
Me and my sister's gonna book herself. I'm kidding. I
For
don't
some
think she's
reason, I
gonna
have
book
this
it.
feeling that me and Mashita scores the pin here by skull kick. Um, with this declaration of her being leader, it kind of makes sense if she's the one in one of your big shows that she has to be the one to score the pin here.
I'm gonna go with Yuki Niki as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
yep.
Rockus, what you got?
I'm with Al in that sense. Like it's probably going to be emotional getting the
Dang,
pin with a skull kick.
dang. So the first disagreement on the
Yeah,
yeah.
but luckily it's
Gotta
not
be
a
by
bitter
skull kick.
disagreement.
No, no.
It's just mainly I could see them doing that, but it
I
is
can see
Tej.
I can see her go for the skull kick and she misses and hits her partner instead.
Oof. Hits Kaya. Ooh.
Yeah, and you can set up a
Trying to time
future
that really good.
and you can
Yeah,
set up a future match between Kaya and Miyu.
like like I said, like Torbami is the next one that needs to have that boss level match.
There's that.
And now we're going to get into some prestige title matches, we will crown a new International Princess Champion. Your competitors, Aris Endo, finalist from this year's Tokyo Princess Cup, taking on the Spark, Jada Stone, who has challenged for this title before against Suzume and came up short.
Yep.
In all honesty, Aris Endo. I think she wins it.
I want to point out, I believe Jada Stone is also, I could be wrong, a WWE ID affiliate, I believe. I could be wrong on that one.
She signed to TNA.
Yeah, she is signed to TNA.
Okay.
It was actually one of the most
Okay, so she used,
endearing.
she at one point was. Okay.
Yeah, because she had a great match in TNA.
Yeah.
Enough to the point where you had Bully Ray, you had the guy that's in charge of Anthem Sports, and Jazz, Carlos Silva, yeah.
Carlos Silva.
Him and Jazz come out and effectively offered them TNA contracts on the spot.
Yep.
Oh yeah, okay. I remember seeing that. That was at
a great moment,
I believe, right?
Yeah, so because of that, I have to say Arisu Endo wins.
Yeah, I was gonna go with Endo anyway, but I just wanted to. I wasn't sure if she was still a ID affiliate or not, but yeah, we'll go with Endo to win.
Yeah.
The title.
Now, this does solve a problem for Tej, because we have to remember, if Suzume still, if they didn't put the belt on Mocha and that they would have had Suzume win, there's a chance they would have had her do that rematch again with Endo. And there's going to be at a certain point where you have enough matches where you're thinking maybe Daisy Monkey should split up. As much as I would dislike it.
Right.
Like, your best friend can become your rival real quick.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Al, who are you going with?
Endo.
Endo across the board.
Endo's across.
Now, this next one, another opportunity for history to be made. We have the Princess Tag Team Championships on the line. As the champions, Kyoraku Kyome, that's made up of Hyper Misao and the Big Kaiju Shoko Nakajima, taking on Uber Eats, the combination of the casual beauty Yuki Kamifuku and Wakana Uehara, who is the rookie tournament winner from 2 years ago. Here's the thing. Both Yuki Kamifuku and Wakana Uehara have the chance to become tag champs. For Yuki, this would be her first ever tag title in her career. For Wakana, this would be her first ever championship in her career. Do they pull that trigger? To be honest with you, I'm going Uber Eats. I'm going Uber Eats
for me. Wakana Uehara scores the pin.
I'm trying to think. Because I like everyone involved in this match. This is kind of tough here.
Not to mention, don't forget, this is a run back because they have defeated them title defense once, Uber Eats. So this is a run back.
This is tough.
Uber Eats is definitely the underdog in this one.
Yes.
But at the fact that you can make history here and reward them for their hard work and how far they've come, why not?
Because as y'all are thinking, we have to also factor in Wakana has become a hit in the U.S.
Right.
I mean, we gotta remember, she was not originally for one of the shows, or actually no, she was originally not booked for the Texas tour, But what
Yep.
happened? Fan demand, and she got added.
Yep.
She has become a big hit
Yep.
in the U.S.
Now,
And this is an opportunity to capitalize not only on her, but like I said, Kamiyu. Kamiyu has only won the International Princess Champion, and she's a Tej veteran. Not to mention another English speaker.
there is that. There is that, but Kiraku Kurame is still like that I part of me doesn't want to see that run end. Like not end in this soon. Because the way they've won it was in many ways very emotional for very people. Just because
Right.
it was a full circle moment for Hyper Misao.
As much as I would love
Yeah.
to see Overeats win, I think we're getting a title retention.
I'm leaning more towards that because
Okay.
like I love like I said, I love Kami.
How many other title matches are left on the card?
One more after this.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, one more. Yeah, but
I think I think we're in outside of the shenanigans for the DTD. Oh, I'm not counting the international because we're getting a new champion.
new champion regardless. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting one actual title change on the show, and it's not going to be the tag titles.
Yeah, because and at the point of the day also is
Spoiler.
yeah. Also, one thing about it when you really think about it, yes, Wakana has become a big hit in the U.S. mainly because NASA should be studying her stomach because it might literally be a black hole.
Dang.
But
He's got a point. He's got a point.
yeah, but you can actually take your time with Wakana. You don't have to put like a belt on her right away, especially since she's still really finding her own style. Like she just debuted like 2 finishers in the submission within the last month.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that, and Kamiyu has proven that she is willing to take a role of the veteran. She's willing to take the role of somebody to help guide to the area. And I have a feeling sooner or later that is going to be rewarded with a princess title.
Ooh.
I can see that happen at the next big show.
Ooh, maybe Grand Princess 2026, Kamiyu challenging for the pop. Could be.
Mm-hmm.
And then the main event of Wrestle Princess 6, we got a run back from the very first show for Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling of this year, which I attended. We have the Princess of Princess Championship on the line as the champion in her second reign, the Popping Sugar Rabbit Mizuki, who won this title at that first show. But she will be taking on the winner of the Tokyo Princess Cup 12, who has now won every major title and every major tournament in TJPW history, the up girl, Miyu Watanabe. And I'm
very looking forward to this match, by the way.
I'm going to tell you right now, she's getting her title back.
Yeah.
Miyu Watanabe for new champion?
Yep. I think she gets her revenge. She gets that title back.
I think this is going to be the only title, the real title change on the show.
Yeah.
This match could be fantastic, by the way. I won't put that out. Secondly, I think it's going to be a year for the kayfabe Watanabe family. So, yeah.
Yeah, the kayfabe Watanabe family is eating good right now, but
Except
I do think of it that way because I do think that that Miyu Watanabe is gonna get it back because to me this title win in many ways is like the solidification of Mizuki as taking her out of the classical Jun Akiyama position as like the unofficial 5th pillar. When Yuka gone, like no, you are one of the actual pillars of Tej. This title solidifies it. But you put it back. If you put it back in Miyu Watanabe, you're still making a point. We're still moving forward with a new era, and you have time to build it with Miyu Watanabe until you get another era. Because you mentioned Blitz. You mentioned Grand Princess 2026 for Kamiyu.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably say next year Wrestle Princess might be the one where one Miss Yuki Arai may get the chance.
Pop title?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Ooh. I like it. I like it.
So, just to recap here, Jason, you're of the opinion Miyu Watanabe becomes champion again.
Yeah, she gets her
Misfit?
title back. Mm-hmm.
Misfit.
Yeah, all three of us are Watanabe here.
Yeah.
3 Watanabes.
Yeah.
I'll be the outlier, saying she retains.
Really?
Oh,
so
Popping Sugar Rabbit retains.
Thank you. Well, I love the opinion though. Like Watanabe has made like a terrific name for herself in TJPW.
True.
It's time that like you also introduce the other main event player to help carry the torch. Miyu Watanabe has already shown she can do that.
True.
Why not add another one to the list? It's your contingency plan.
Okay.
Why not? She's on a roll.
Well,
Don't if it ain't broke, don't mess with it.
So, my question to you is, let's say she does retain, who's next?
That's when it gets that's when it gets a little
It's dicey.
that's when it gets a little interesting because I mean, in all honesty, because I think she's ready, why not Suzume? I mean, you have to think she's also got to be somebody to continue to consider for a shot at the Princess of Princess title.
Right.
And not only that, we have to also keep in mind that Mizuki's second reign was a million times better than her first reign. I mean, after all, she met the demise of her first reign to who? Miyu Yamashita, who won the Tokyo Princess Cup 10 before she ended her reign. So,
if Mizuki retains, I wouldn't put it past you to just put it right back on Yamashita.
I honestly don't see it. Considering she's won it 4 times,
That's tough.
I don't see them putting on her for a 5th time. If anything, the only thing that I could really see them doing is making her Grand Slam and giving her the international title. But I mean, at this point, she doesn't really need it.
She doesn't really
Yeah.
need it. But if that happens, if Misfit goes through in that area and then you have Mizuki retain and then you have Mizuki drop it to Miyu Yamashita, that could be the match where you can actually see a returning Maki Itoh coming in.
Oh, and she finally wins it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think about that. I did not think about that.
Because you can also
A lot of moving parts have to be settled first.
Because you can make a good story out of this of Maki Itoh coming in, the rebel coming in here, and basically sticking up for Tej, basically saying, "Well, you just handed this her everything at this point."
She would have to definitely re-sign long term for them to really warrant the idea that okay, we're finally gonna put it on her.
I mean, I wouldn't put it back on Yamashita because I feel like that would just make people turn on her a little bit.
Probably.
But the reason I mentioned that is like because if Mizuki wins, there really isn't that much you can do with her afterwards. I mean, you brought up Suzume, but I think you got to put it on Miyu Not Miyu Yamashita, the other Miyu Watanabe.
Ah. So 3 Miyu Watanabes and 1 for Mizuki. But that is your Wrestle Princess 6 card, and it looks fire, indeed.
Now, I believe Al says he's got to get ready to get out of here. This is
We're
nice
already
to
at 2:16 in the
yeah,
morning here.
yeah, yeah. So, well, it was nice having you on this portion here. Stuff it sucks that you won't be able to talk Stardom with us, but maybe next time when we are do our second episode, you can talk all Stardom you want. You can even talk to us about to the world. so,
Yep.
but yeah, let the people know where they can find you.
So we really don't have too much of an online presence, but PWF_Al is where you can find me right now on Instagram. I'm probably one of the few people that will actually promote um, Maple Leaf Pro whenever I can. Got to see me and Mashida wrestle there live against Serena Deeb at the Mattamy Athletic Center in
Nice.
downtown Toronto, formerly Maple Leaf Gardens. It was a great match. So PWF_Al is where you can find me. Where I sometimes will rant about Gato's booking decisions. Fight me. Um, and
Everyone
just talk about
rants
pro
about
wrestling in
Gato's
general.
booking decisions. So
Right on. But
yeah. So we're gonna get on the startup stuff. As it usually isn't the main event here, but yeah, thanks for hopping on this journey with us, Al.
Gentlemen, thank you for always being a great ear to talk to when it comes to professional wrestling. I always enjoy conversations together, even though um I like prior to this podcast taking place, some of us have passed out on call. I'm one of them. Uh, so it's always good to talk professional wrestling with you guys, and thank you guys for making my night a terrific one as always.
All right,
indeed, with many more to come.
Yeah,
all right,
sir.
all right.
You guys are still killing?
All right, all right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, we know.
Because
I think it's yeah. We'll still be in touch with you.
Sweet.
So
Yeah, look,
sounds good,
don't worry.
gentlemen.
All right.
Alrighty. Peace out.
Have a good night, man.
all right,
Take care, guys. Have a good night.
Alright, you too.
ladies and gentlemen, Al from Canada.
Al from Canada.
Out from Canada. Like,
All right, so it's now time for
Going
the
into
big
overdrive.
stuff. We're talking about the big stuff. Stardom, the bread and butter, the meat and potatoes. The basically the company that kind of told us we should do a podcast. I'm going to start off with a big one here. The 5-star Grand Prix wrapped up a week or so ago, and I cannot be happier with the result. Because my girl, the Black Peach, finally, after 3.5 years, and even longer than that, got the W in the 5-star Grand Prix. She now has the golden ticket all the way to Dream Queendom, and I cannot be happier. First of all, let's talk about how awesome that 5-star Grand Prix finals was between Momo Oz. Great stuff.
When you really look back at it, it was definitely a big, ginormous cherry on top of a memorable tournament. And being with how things went, it was the right ending. It was the right finals. And, shout out to all the competitors. We got a number of surprises, uh, you know, a few big major upsets. Shout out to Rena with the run that she had in her first 5-star Grand Prix.
Yeah,
But
Nami beating Syuri in the opening round.
exactly. And even Ami Sourei in her return to the ring, having
Yeah,
a
very
good
good
run,
showing in the 5-star.
making it to the playoffs. But really capping this off with Momo Watanabe, the Black Peach, winning the 5-star. Um, and just not only that, but she's won the 5-star. She's won 2 Goddess of Stardom tag leagues. She's won a Cinderella tournament. And I think it's only a matter of time before we see some singles gold
Yeah,
back on
because
the Black Peach.
as you
Yep.
mentioned, she's won all the major tournaments for Stardom.
Hmm.
She joins, I believe it's Miyu Yamashita as the other one to do that,
Yep.
Yes.
which is awesome. And before we get uh, uh, Daniel's take 2 cents on this, um, something really cool that I like. A lot of people don't like to talk. Like whenever they talk about this, her 5-star win, they like to gloss. They sometimes do, but they don't. The demeanor throughout the tournament from Momo Watanabe, it's like you could see her changing from healed somewhat to face throughout the tournament. And what I mean by that is, so so up until the Asari matches, she was trying to win her matches straight up. She did the first few matches, and then obviously the one to Hina
Hmm.
was that, and then she got to the Soraya match, and they tried to help her out, failed.
Right.
Uh, Obviously, they helped her out when the second match, but it was so they didn't help her get to the finals. She won that match against Soriano by herself, but it was the character work from her in the finals, where she was visibly upset that Toro pulled Azumi from out of the ring when they did the leapfrog stuff.
Yes. Hmm.
People gloss over that. People don't even mention that, and it's kind of odd to me because I'm like, I didn't notice that at first, but then when they did the thing later on, I'm like, oh. Then when Azumi had, I believe, it looked like an octopus stretch or something applied onto Momo, and looked like Momo was going to tap. They
Hmm.
pulled the referee out. Raka and Asa tried to get involved. That he getting ready to do some type of, I guess, corner attack to Azumi. Momo stops them and says, "I want to do this on my own. I don't
Get
need you."
away. Get away.
And God behold, she did it on her own. I just think that her character work throughout the tournament was fantastic stuff.
I also like the fact that typically throughout that tournament, she either won by submission or by using the Peach
Mm-hmm.
Sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
But for the final, she won with Peach Thunder.
She even brought up some moves that she hadn't used in many years.
Hmm.
Yeah. And it's usually pretty rare that she uses Peach Thunder
Uh,
to end a match. So
but yeah, Rockets, what is your thoughts on Momo Watanabe finally getting it done after 5+ years?
I will say this: like Bushiroad has earned my ire for a good amount of time,
mm,
particularly with how they have done Azumi and how they have done Momo. For this 1 year, luckily, they have done, at least for this 5-star, they have done right by Azumi and they have done right by Momo. I was fully prepared to either get either Soriano Reno final or a Soriano Azumi final. But I am so happy that Momo won. I am so happy. because she has earned this. She has earned this.
And you saw you saw the emotion in her face when the match was over.
Yeah,
Like
Yes.
like I
it's
like and she also looked at Azumi and said, but I don't know if she, with just a few, without even saying words, she looked at her and was basically like, "Yeah, we did it. We got
yeah,
here."
yeah. Because you got to think about it this way when it comes to Momo. You got to remember, Stardom for a good while did not think Mayu was gonna be what she became, the icon.
Nor did they ever think that she was going to leave, too.
True.
Yeah, that's another factor, but they never thought it was going to be. And like, I remember Mayu's career, people thought she was going to be mainly the second of Arisa Hoshiki.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yes, yes.
But Momo was one of the ones that was marked to be the next ace after Io.
Mm-hmm.
And she earned that luckily through that insane white belt run that she had.
Oh, I consider that the greatest white belt run ever.
Yeah. Like by quality, I would probably say I know Saya Kamitani fans are gonna talk about the number of defenses. I
Right.
know.
Like
I know y'all gonna say,
I have a love hate relationship with that title run.
yeah. And but as far as overall quality, Momos was better.
And I know some people will say Arisha Hoshiki. I'm like, sure, but
Yeah.
Momo Watanabe basically did the same thing that Shinsuke Nakamura did with the IC title in New Japan,
Mm-hmm.
where there were shows where when Nakamura was the Intercontinental Champion, that it main event the Tokyo Dome Wrestle Kingdom over the world title.
Yep. And this was at a time where New Japan was starting to dig their way out of Enochiism.
Mm-hmm.
So that became a huge factor. But it's it's not only that when it comes into it, it's the fact that you didn't think
Mm-hmm.
after
Mm.
watching like how they've handled her career
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
that you would think that they would do it on Momo, especially considering like they have now a good amount of people that you could say they could put the back on it. But it's
And,
somebody that is tried and true, somebody that you know can put on a match of high quality no matter who the opponent is.
and I know you mentioned that they proceed as the next ace after Io leaving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's because a lot of people seem to forget when Queen's Quest is put together, she handpicked Momo to be her second in command,
Yes, she did.
Yep. Yep, she did
and
that, and she wound up picking Azumi too.
yeah,
Granted, yeah, it was like in the babysitter role, making her commander, but you could see Io's influence in that match.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
Like you could see how both of them were not if you say students and not disciples
right.
of
Mm-hmm.
Io and her
and,
style.
and I know she didn't make comments about it, but I'm pretty sure she watched that match with a smile from ear to ear that both her proteges got to that moment with the story that they were telling, because this was the match that when the 5 star was announced, it was like, oh, okay, well, we didn't know who the blocks were, but when they announced the blocks and where Momo and Osby were at, I'm like, that is your finals for the
Yep.
5 star Grand Prix. I for months I heard people saying, oh, it's gonna be Soriano and Natsupoi. Like, no. Your story, because this is something Stardom's very good at doing is the 5 star is they like telling stories in their finals. And they
Yes.
Yep.
go with stories in their finals. The story was Azumi Watanabe. Last year was Micah Saya because it made sense because Mike Saya screwed Micah.
Yes.
Yes.
The year before, regardless of what people believe, people like to believe Saya Tam or Saya Kamitani were to be the finals. I still don't buy that because Meltzer was really the one who said that, so I don't really buy it at the point when he says things. They went with the other. They went with the hottest storyline, Mike and Suzu. The year before that, Tam and Julia.
Tam and Julia.
Tam and Julia, yeah. The one that could actually say got a lot of people back into Stardom.
Yeah.
And the thing about it, luckily, when it came to just saying like the overall story on it, that's the only way that I could see somebody trying to justify a sorry point final. Because okay, the story between those two is okay, who is the actual leader of Cosmic Angels? Who is the actual person that's gonna move this group forward after Tam has retired?
Right.
I know we're going to talk about the pre-sales for Dream Queen, but in a second, I don't think those tickets would be moving if it was Soriano or Natsuboi that won the 5-star. Because if they play their cards right, we're about to probably have one of the biggest stories they've ever told with Momo Watanabe and Saya Kamitani. Because there's so much history there with Momo turning on Saya and everybody else in Queen's Quest. We're past the DDM lore state at this point. We're past the Cosmic Angel lore at this point. We're now in the phase of hey, we're gonna do it's the Queen's Quest lore now.
So they have an excellent opportunity to really upstage from last year's Dream Queendom, which I attended. I had fun. Of course, I had fun.
Yeah, we know.
being that so they did the fan club pre-sale, the Stardom fan club pre-sales, and being that VIP tickets, which by the way were at least double what they were last year, and price that is. And then you had some box seat sections that have sold out, and we're talking about sold out in a couple of hours to the fan club subscribers.
Mind you, this show's at the end of the year, by the way.
Yep. This show is December 29th at Ryogoku.
No card announced either.
With no card and already a good chunk, including VIP tickets, which are equivalent to about $750 US dollars. And they've sold out. No card announced. Show is December 29th. Like, we haven't even gotten to the start of the fall season.
Right.
Like, we haven't even touched the Goddess League yet.
We haven't even,
I think, this is just me, I think Japanese, not even just Japanese fans, Stardom fans in general, know where they're going, at least have an idea where they're going. And I think the fact that Saya's the champion, Momo's on the 5-star, they're coming off the back of that. I think people really want to see this match.
And I agree. I think that's the main selling point.
And here's where I'm gonna here's something I thought about too. I don't think we'd be sitting here talking about pre-sale selling out if it was no disrespect to Oz. I love Azumi. No disrespect to Azmin. No disrespect to Poi and Soriano. I don't think we'd be sitting here talking about pre-sales being sold out if it was anybody but Momo versus Saya.
Yeah, that's a very strong and good argument.
I don't even think we'd be talking. I don't think Sori and Saya would be doing this type of thing.
And it's very interesting because when you really think about it, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of big shows um, en route to Dream Queendom. Because, I mean, we have to think. We only got one pay per view this month,
Yeah.
which we will get into in a little bit.
And then we got what's the other ones in next month? It's oh my god, what's it called?
The crossover.
No,
Uh,
the not Crimson Nightmare, the other one.
so I believe they normally do Gold Rush around.
Oh yeah, they do that. Yeah, they do Gold Rush around that time.
Yeah, so I think Gold Rush will happen. And don't forget, we do have 3 New Blood shows for October. So October's going to be interesting.
That may be what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's.
yeah.
I got a feeling it's Gold Rush. Um, Crimson Nightmare. That's in
More,
November.
yeah, I was more talking about already announced shows
Yeah, I,
because they really haven't announced Gold Rush, and they would have already done that by now. I mean, they might do it on Saturday, but
yeah. I think
okay.
there's a chance they may do it on Saturday. It maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Um, we know we got the
Okay, yeah,
Goddess League.
okay. I was just thinking of it. Yeah,
Yeah, we know we got the Goddess League. So I mean, there's not really a whole barrage of like big shows between now and Dream Queendom. So I mean, they definitely got some time to really build up more hype and just really as they start marketing more of this show and build the card cuz I mean, in all honesty, this is a prime opportunity to maybe they could push to beat their record from All-Star Grand Queendom this year of 7,503
Yeah.
attendance.
This
so
might be
Ruckus,
the show to
go
do
ahead.
to try to top the 10,000 range.
There you go.
So I got a question, Ruckus. Do you agree with my sentiment that or assessment that they're they're basing that Stardom is confident in Momo Saya, and that's why they sold the way they did.
I would have to say yes and no.
Really?
Yes, in the matter of the fact that it is something of a redemption story. It's something that fans of pre-Bushiroad Stardom have been dying to see.
Hmm.
But at the same time, this is the area where I may differ slightly. We
Oh.
don't really know how much of this hype is solely based on Saya because she's been the one that's been mostly featured on a lot of Japanese TV shows.
That's a good point.
She's been like it's whether it's concerts, morning shows, even when they had that I think that little rapping and singing session
Oh
for
yeah, for
that anime
Mashal,
opening.
the Mashal for karaoke. Yeah, second
Yeah,
season of Mashal. Yeah.
yeah. She she was pretty much one of the focal points. Granted, Suzu was the better rapper, but that's
Yeah.
another story. That's another story. But Saya
The
has made it a point.
idol got out rapped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the main thing about it though is that Saya has been the one that's gotten very, very, very popular. Like somebody I forgot who on Twitter said it. That in many ways said that Tam Nakano sacrificed her career for Saya Kamitani to lead the next actual Joshi boom.
Interesting. Okay. Ooh.
And it could be at a point where it could have been because if you think about it, okay, if you would have had any of the other 3 finalists, it would have been a decent story. If you would have had Azumi, obviously, it's still Queen Quest lore. In this case, it's Azumi getting revenge on Saya because maybe saying like you purposely lost
And the
that match
thing
when we
there,
broke up the
like
faction.
as you were saying, but but there's the part of that is she's already beat Saya, so it wouldn't have that. So it wouldn't.
But
Mean
now
anything.
it's for the belt.
Yeah.
Now it's for the belt. Now it's not something like, oh, tournament win, I'll win an Asumi Sushi, and it'd be fun. It would be like this time. It would actually be story driven,
Where
and
counts.
you would have had that. If it would have been Soriano, this would have been a personal wish of mine. Maybe have Saya find ways to unleash the Oz Academy version of Soriano.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother demon right there.
Yeah. And just have Sari say, you forced this out of me. And now you have to deal with it.
There you go.
But Momo's like a perfect tie-in. Because Momo is one of the forces that led Saya into hate. But Momo, if you're gonna tie this into long-term storytelling, maybe Momo saw Saya as her way out of hate.
Well, here's another thing too.
Interesting. Yeah.
And we're talking about long-term storytelling. A lot of people don't. I mean, like they might, but also they might not. Who was Saya Kamitani's very first opponent?
It is Momo.
It's Momo Watanabe.
There you go.
Yep, that's a good point.
I said it the other day, but even before we got to the finals, or even before we even find out who the finals were, I straight up said it started with Saya versus Momo, it needs to end with Saya versus Momo. It just makes too much sense for it to be that. And I think the story that they're about to tell, and I agree with a lot of people, I think we're going towards the route of Triple H Batista here with this. Because we'll talk about that when we get to the whole Bea Priestley to the world thing in a second. But I think that's where they're gonna go here. But Momo's been in the news as well because she did a interview after winning the 5-star Grand Prix. She shat on the 5-star Grand Prix afterwards. Basically
Yeah.
saying the current rules suck. Can we just go back to the old ones?
I mean, she has a fair point. I mean,
I agree with her. We do not need 32 people in a block where 20 of them you know for a fact is not going to win the tournament.
yeah, and not only that, maybe going back to like having qualifiers, because realistically, you should have your best featured in the 5-star. I mean, that's your biggest tournament.
With MARIGOLD, I can understand them not being able to do qualifying matches because they don't have a large roster.
Right? Yeah. There's
STARDOM now, on the other hand, you basically put the entire roster in the 5-star Grand Prix is what you did. You have enough people to do what is it? Let's see, 10 that'd be what, 20? Or if you want to do 8 and 8, that's what, 16 people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can do 16 qualifying matches.
If they really wanted to, they definitely could.
Or if you want to do 8 and 8 and you want to just do 5 qualifying matches, I think the winner of the previous 5-star should immediately get a bye into the tournament.
It can be kind of complicated, but I just really feel like personally, like if a champion's gonna be in the tournament, I really don't think any champion should finish winless or even with just one win. But that's me personally. But I don't know, just the fact that folks like Yuri Hime and Rion finish with goose eggs, it's just it's not a good look, especially for building them up, especially considering it led to Yuri Hime officially joining Stars and
Right.
but No, I gotta agree with Momo Watanabe. I mean, personally, I think your heavy hitters should be featured, especially if the idea is that going forward the Cinderella tournament is going to be more for the the younger, lesser experienced, and then the 5 star is going to be your showcasing of your heavy hitters. And you know I expect them to govern themselves accordingly. But I definitely see where Momo's coming from.
Yeah, I can definitely see where it may be coming from too. Because one of the things about it breaking it into 4 blocks sometimes makes it a little bit tough to follow enough after you're probably so used to following just 2 blocks.
This is why New Japan went back to the 2 box thing this year instead of what they
Yeah,
did last year with the 4.
yeah,
Yeah.
but there's also the factor of this is the first year where you've pretty much gone away from the normal path of what you would think a Cinderella run for was, which is normally you probably would think, okay, the Cinderella, that's a tournament for the white belt.
Hmm.
And obviously then the 5 stars a tournament for the red belt. You have that factor into it, and then the way they used it this year was okay, you put the Cinderella on Carrara, but you kind of dropped the ball on that with the way. And like I said, I have my own theories on why it dropped the ball on that, but you kind of stirred away from it. If you're gonna go, if you're gonna change something like that, you need to make sure the changes are good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So if you're gonna do this, and I get why you do the 4 blocks because your roster, at least for a Joshi promotion, is so big at this stage that you want to make sure that everybody gets featured, but at the same time,
Mm.
you want to make sure that you put your top talent, the people that
Right.
you can actually picture winning the tournament in this tournament.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the point that she was making as well.
Yeah.
It's like, for example, like also Waka Tukiyama really had no business being in a 5 star Grand Prix tournament. It's just you don't expect her to win it, so why have her in it? You kind of people who get into the tournament should at least need to deserve to be in the tournament. You can't just. This is like back in the day where Vince was running WWE and he just put anyone on WrestleMania because it's WrestleMania. I
Right.
mean, you don't need to do that. It shouldn't be a thing.
Right. That's understandable.
Yeah.
Like just because they're on the roster doesn't mean they need to be in the 5 star.
Yeah. And not to mention in this area when it comes to the 5 star, you don't run into certain situations like what you had this year where you had the white belt champion not even make the playoffs.
Right.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and that, like I said, that's another conspiracy. That's another little conspiracy theory we're probably gonna get into when we talk about Stardom to the world. But the the main thing, luckily, is okay. You want to put as many people there, but sometimes you don't need to break what's not broken.
Right.
Right.
You don't need to. You sorry. You don't need to fix what's not broken.
Right.
Like I get what you did. I get why you did it, but at the same time, you didn't really have to do it.
Yeah. Momo winning the 5 star. We will see the winner of the 5 star Grand Prix this weekend. In a very interesting. That card's weird. We'll talk about it. But before we actually get into the Okada or Bea Priestley thing, there was something I wanted to mention here. It's actually about the Tomoka Inaba produced show. Her sister is going to defend her girls championship against Sayaka Carrara
Yep.
at Shinjuku Face, which should be very interesting. Do you think Asuka is going to officially drop the title to sign with Stardom at that
No.
point?
No.
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 Okay,
No.
so okay, so well, there's that one, and then the other one is not. It's the very next day, but completely different show. Chi and Miku Kanane is going to team up against Aya Sakura and Rion on October the 16th at, I believe, it's Kara Ito's debut 36th anniversary show.
Oh, okay.
So some little notes there I threw it in there because it just features Stardom talent.
Yeah.
I believe Sardiano is going to be in part of an Ozcast movie show.
Yeah.
And some other things. So that's so that's going to be interesting. Bea Priestley signs exclusively with Stardom following the 5-star Grand Prix. She will be challenging Saya Kamitani this weekend. She beat Saya in the 5-star to earn this title match. Thoughts on Bea coming back to Stardom full time?
I think it's an excellent move for her. I was kind of on the fence about her doing that or freelancing for a while in Japan. And, it's interesting because, I got a chance to see her pretty much one last time in the States before she made the jump to Japan. But just knowing that she's had a presence in Stardom before, I mean, she's a former Wonder of Stardom champion, a former Goddess of Stardom tag champion, has ties to Oedo Tai as well as Queen's Quest. But honestly, it just really made the most sense from her, considering what she, you know, was last at with WWE and just I think she's more at home now. She's a familiar face. She's a top gaijin for the region. So
I wasn't really the biggest Bea Priestley fan for a while, but I will admit that I was slightly disappointed of how she was used in both on the main roster and in NXT. Because I feel like that was somebody they could have built something around her, especially in the NXT UK brand. I know she came in at a low point in that.
That brand, she kind of did.
Because they robbed us. No, it's actually she. Never mind. I don't know why I was going with that. I was completely thinking of a completely different match. But yeah, I think it's much better that she's back in Stardom, where if I be honest, she belongs there.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I think I was surprised when she said that this was going to be an exclusive deal with Stardom. I'm like, okay, B, you're not going to go fully freelance. So, but what this does do is it does help in many ways rebuild the stock that she lost as Blair Davenport in WWE. And one good thing that's also factors into the way they're positioning into it. Bea Priestley was around for a good while in Stardom.
Yes, she was.
And if we're gonna tie everything to this story,
well, we're gonna get to that because I know exactly where you're going with this too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that.
And she even said it in the interview that she gave with Tokyo Sports.
Yep, and a little bit in that press conference that announced the match with Saya. She's been around long enough to see both Saya and Momo in Queen's Quest.
Yes.
And she's actually been around long enough to betray Queen's Quest to join Oedo Tai. Pretty much giving Momo the template how to do it. And
so we'll talk more about that when we get to
that part. But there's a way that you can always tie into it, but also mainly at the end of the day, also it does give her also a way, if she wants to work a little bit, because they're gonna ask her to probably at some point. Have her work AEW.
I don't think that's happening.
No. I could say, like I said, they may try like have it work AEW, but without any of the awkwardness around Will Ospreay and Alex
Well, not even
Windsor.
that. I just don't. The way that she got fired, I don't think that's gonna happen.
It's yeah, I think it's kind of
Much
tough.
like we talked about earlier with Asuka, I know there's a completely different thing, but like it's gonna have to take a lot of convincing for her to win it. For not even that for her.
Which
Also, Tony
which is
Khan.
fair. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely fair.
Um, but here's my thing I always thought about too. I'm hoping uh, that this doesn't become another Kairi Sane situation where they bring her back and sign her, have her do the world title match, and then she does a bunch of nothing for the remainder of her run in Stardom, or her
That's
remainder of her second run.
that's understandable. Yeah.
Because yes, she is a former world Stardom champion, but also so was Kairi.
True.
So we'll see. But exciting to see where our next journey here in Stardom comes. Okada though had some things to talk about his current world champion. He doesn't disparage like Rossy Ogawa does. Um,
Dang.
let me see. Let me see if we can.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Why is my darn? I'm trying to bring up my darn. Hang on a second. No, I don't want. No, I don't want to post anything here. Hold on a second. Let me find. I'm trying to find. No. There we go. There we go. Twitter is being stupid. Because it always is being stupid.
Dang.
It should be here. Taro Okada. Actually, before we get to Taro Okada, I want to talk about this. So actually, no, we'll talk about Syuri when we get to the match with her and Suzu.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So let's see. Where's that here? Here, where's that here? Here it is. Nope. It's down here somewhere. Looking for it. Looking for it. I know it's in here somewhere. Here it is. Here it is. Taro Okada on the Saya Kamitani's impact on Storm's growing attendance. We were here. We were helped by the star that is Saya Kamitani. The February show, which I believe is one of the shows you were talking about, became a hot topic. Her retirement match with Tam Nakano went viral on social media, and she caught the eye of TV people. Kamitani sees that luck and timing with her own efforts. Is what he said about that. And I can throw this in here too because Toro also, not the Toro, also said it's kind of similar thing. She said the impressive thing is that she didn't become popular on TV. She actually drew crowds.
Yes.
The competition of our audience has changed. Not the competition, because the composition of our audience has changed, especially in regional areas where more young women, when we're seeing more young women and housewives in attendance.
Here we go.
I guess we can. I guess I can bring this thing with Kamitani here because she also kind of vaguely kind of mentioned what you see on television and what you see on these variety shows. She says, I don't care my variety show appearance over to the ring. It would be putting on the cart before the horse, whatever that means. If it ruined my style as a heel, variety shows reach a different audience. I want people to get interested in me and come watch women's pro wrestling. I'm confident that I can surprise people with how different I am from variety. From my variety side, I'll make you all into Saya Kamitani servants. Basically, is what she says. So, I think those are pretty good comments there. I think they're not wrong. I mean,
Right.
Yep.
ever since they put the title on her, they went up.
It's not even putting the title on her. Ever since they actually turned her heel, which at the time, I think most of us thought was the dumbest decision that Stardom could make.
There were people
Yeah.
that night
Yeah.
that told me straight to my face that this was the death of Stardom.
Oh no, I literally said like Taro Okada, you were an idiot for doing this, but they luckily Saya took the ball and she ran with it. And this actually Taro Okada does bring up something like that's been giving people confidence that this is actually going to be a boom for Joshi in general. When you look at history, Joshi tends to have its little ebbs and flows, but mostly it's a situation where you have young girls get really attracted to it, they hit a peak, it goes down a little bit, it gets replaced by young or in this case older men too, but then it goes back to the young girls.
Right.
You had a situation, unfortunately, in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, where when AJW stopped being the only game in town, and you had JWP and then LOPW.
Right.
Taking us
And
back.
in that sense, yeah. And then you had that dip, unfortunately, especially after the Crush Gals left the scene for a little bit. Yet that dip go back into being the artists being mostly young or older men. And that switch has not been flipped for almost 30 years.
Like the biggest women's wrestling show outside of what you, I guess you want to say like Evolution or something like that, is, and I don't see this show mentioned quite a bit, and it should be, is the Tokyo Dome show that I think it was All Japan Women's Wrestling put on.
The Big Egg.
Yes.
Big Egg.
That 10.5 hour show that they put on.
Yes.
Where the only time that the WWF women's title was defended in the Tokyo Dome.
Exactly.
And changed hands.
Kudos to all those that attended that live and stayed up for it.
Exactly for that. Oh, and well, let's give a shout out first. Like if we're gonna plug like other YouTube channels too, shout out to Kim Justice Wrestling Road, because he put out a very, very good video on the Big Egg and also the Dream Slam.
I believe Meerkat also did a video on the Big Egg, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to look.
Yeah.
Shout out to him too.
Yeah. But that's the flow of it. That's when people started to notice, hey, wait a minute, we're not seeing as many young girls, as this audience is now mostly men. And unfortunately, that also led to Joshi's really started focusing on things like Revoir in that front, and be more focused on the looks. Which, interesting enough, was one of the points that Kana made in her manifesto in 2010. But now you're starting to see, you're starting to see more young girls. Like Stardom actually did put out a video recently of new trainees. They haven't had a lot of that many young trainees, people that want to join Stardom in a good while.
Right.
And so,
like now, Stardom, I think this is on Stardom. I believe they're going to be starting like their version of Tough Enough, kind of.
Yeah. I remember that announcement. It's coming up. It's around the corner. So,
which I'm hoping that's something that they put on Stardom World. That's like, because that would be something I'd watch.
Oh, that'd be really good.
Because it looks interesting. Because like I think Okada's grand vision, because I heard Blitz and Hendrix, another future host, we'll meet him eventually at some point on here. I heard Joe's audio conversation on Discord about this. I think Okada's vision is he wants Stardom to have its own version of the Big Egg. Is what I'm understanding.
Yes.
Yeah. For sure.
I believe I'm sure if it was either you or Hendrix that mentioned about possibly if they oversell what they are doing right now, because right now if you look at SmackDown, let's just throw this example. SmackDown this Friday is is like they only hit. It's almost sold out, and that's based on the whole AJ Lee thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're probably gonna have to either open more seats up or whatever. Now they're not moving venues, obviously, but Rio Goku's not a big venue. I mean,
No.
it's an impressive looking venue when you see the amount of people in it. It makes it look like it's a big venue, but it's not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Only 20,000 capacity. It's a beautiful venue. It's a beautiful venue, but yeah, 20,000.
Yeah. That's the main thing about it. It's 20,000, and the main thing about it though is, unfortunately, with the scale that Joshi has worked in, that's been like the mark that people want to hit.
And it started for whatever reason doesn't want to go past the whatever attendance that they keep wanting to have, which was like over 1,000, 2,000 right? Attendance. If you're planning to want to, if you're confident in this storyline that they're about to pull the trigger on, you need to go big and actually have the full open up the full. Because if you're selling out pre-sales,
Mhm.
you need to open up the entire venue.
Yeah. And I think that'll be a response that they do because I mean general presale opens I believe it was September 18th. So we still got a little while and that's kind of a decent sized
So,
gap.
Yeah, that is
let's say
technically 2 weeks
they
from now.
actually
Yeah.
pull the 20,000 seat for this for Dream Kingdom, right? This will be if they did this, this would actually be the largest attended Stardom show ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would break their 7,503 that they had this year
They
from
wouldn't. No, they would just break any of their
It would
attendance
affect
shows.
them. It would affect almost triple it.
yeah. Yeah.
They would break all of their attendance records.
Yeah.
And
But
if anything, if that were to happen, that that big of a jump could be
You,
the incentive to at some point shoot for
the Tokyo Dome.
Tokyo Dome.
shoot for the dome,
Yeah,
yeah,
I was
because
about to, yeah.
that's only halfway. Like like I said, New Japan has run shows
Right.
in the dome where you could have like 20, 25,000 people.
I believe the for the past few years they only opened up to that. Uh, I also they depends on whether or not what Tokyo Dome wants to open up. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. It would depend on what they want to do.
Now, something that was mentioned, like if they wanted to consider another venue for like a test run, while Rio Goku, is a good choice, they could go Nippon Budokan, which has, a couple of thousand less. I mean, their capacity is only about 14,471. So maybe give or take 1,500
Yeah.
or 15,000, give or take.
Well, I don't know
Now,
if they're going to want to move that now since they've already are about to sell tickets for Ryogoku.
Oh no, no, no,
So,
no. I meant like, for future
oh,
sake.
gotcha.
yeah, for the
Yeah.
future,
Well,
yeah.
where do they normally run All Star?
Yokohama Budokan.
Yokohama Arena. Yeah.
Or is it Yokohama Arena? Okay.
I think it's Yokohama Arena mainly. They've done it for, I think, for the past 2 years at Yokohama.
Okay, so if they want to try next year, go for Budokan.
The Budokan, it's kind of like one of the, even though it's smaller capacity than Rengoku. It's one of those like magical unicorn venues
Because if
that,
you want to test that with the Budokan at
yeah,
for All Star, then you can think about opening up the full flooring for
yeah, then you can
Ryogoku
actually,
next year.
yeah, because the main thing with the Budokan is mainly is such a historic venue. It is such a
Yes.
historic venue. It's remember it. The Budokan was the home base for AJPW, and it was for a good while the spiritual home base of Noah in its early
Right.
years.
And the other thing was, if they want to try this, they have to keep the momentum that they are going all the way through next year, and they have to have a big enough story going into Dream Queendom next year for them to even attempt to sell out a full 20,000 seat arena.
Yeah.
They can try. I think they might actually be able to do it here with Momo and Saya, but they've got to not mess it up.
Yeah, let's be blunt. Yeah, they cannot fuck this up. They cannot absolutely fuck this up because I did put it out there. I've already put it out there. I know y'all already have me clips. There's already clips of me saying this. So it's not a surprise to people that have been listening or like I said, to watch Jason Blitz's like reaction stream.
Mm-hmm.
Some areas. Part of me, like it's probably the cynical part of me has a feeling like, what if they do a figure poker doom situation here?
If they did that, I would lose any and all confidence in Taro Okada booking.
That would be a big, big blow.
Yeah, you would have thought that last year they would ruin the 5-star. Doing that, they would have absolutely killed the 5-star Grand Prix if they did that.
Yeah. So we're in a further stage, and they have the opportunity to cap it off at Dream Queendom.
What needs to happen? I don't care how we get to that moment. We do Saya, Momo main event. We're not waiting till All Star. We're not waiting till New Year's Revolution or whatever show they're gonna have after that, or the Conversion 2027 or whatever. Momo has to be the one to beat Saya Kamitani in the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want it to be that way. That's why I said, like, maybe storyline wise, you look at it, Momo made thought of Saya as her way out. Like, this is going to be my insurance policy that I get out, and I do it in a way where I don't feel like I fully betrayed hate. Like, I left because you guys found a replacement for me, and that can work.
Well, she's gonna get replaced though, right? We're gonna talk about that.
and
now,
not only that, and something that was brought up, in case they don't decide to consider to shoot for Tokyo Dome at some point, they can consider a little bit smaller option and shoot for the Saitama Super Arena. That was also brought up. I think Misfit for you came on, but yeah, which has a 36,500 seating capacity, which is still.
Is that more than Ryogoku?
Oh yeah, much more, much more. But it's significantly less than the Tokyo Dome.
So has any wrestling show that ran Ryogoku went to the 20,000? It had to be like something like New Japan, right?
Most likely.
Yeah. I mean that sounds like about right.
Yeah, it would be either New Japan or I think Saitama's normally, it's mostly more of a legit sport venue, so it's where a lot of pride cards were held.
Mm-hmm.
In the same
wrestling
time.
wise, I think it would probably be New Japan that would have done it.
Then. Yeah, it would have been either New Japan or like early Noah.
And when I say New Japan, I mean New Japan when it was in its like very popular not heyday, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like 2017, 2016, around there.
The actual Bullet Club era. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. I'll call it the boom period for New Japan.
Right. So,
but going into that, going into that now, we got this weekend. We have Stardom to the World, the first show out following the 5-star Grand Prix.
Yes.
They've had a couple weeks to rest. Well, maybe some of them. Hazuki not so much. But yeah, this is so outside the title matches. I saw some of the matches on this card, and I'm like, why?
It's a very interesting card for sure.
um, so let's run down the card here. White on whatever match you want to start with first. Well, I'm going outside the title matches.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess I'm up. Um, so yes, Stardom to the World 2025 this Saturday, September 6th at the Yokohama Budokan in Kanagawa, Japan. Gotta
Which we may or may not do a reaction for that show. We'll find. We'll let y'all know.
yeah. Stay in touch. Um, got a lot of matches for this card. Um, but yeah, let's jump right into it. Opening up, three-way, triple threat, whichever you want to call it. We have Rion versus Akira Kuragane versus Fukigen Death.
I feel. Well, I can't say I feel like this is a foregone conclusion, but I feel like this should be a Kiriga Korogane win. But it's Fukugen Death that's in this match.
Yep.
And they just cannot help themselves.
Yeah. I'm going Death. She's probably gonna roll up Rion with the Okana roll.
But that's not my pick. I'm still gonna pick Akira Garagane. Because I think he's just really cool. Okay.
Yeah.
But I do see big things for Kuragane in 2025 or 2026. So, so yeah.
They kind of do need to build her up because she's at the time of recording the only other full-time member of Mi Vida Loca aside from Suzu.
Yeah, I think Kuragane is going to be is going to be one of the names in the Cinderella tournament next year.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
she's definitely gonna be in the Cinderella tournament next year.
I think she gets a better run than Yurihime did in the Star.
Yeah, it's kind of hard not to go better than what Yurihime did, but I think this if you're gonna call it like a semi-graduation match, I think this is gonna be a Kuragane's like semi-graduation match. Okay, get yourself out of the rut, out of that undercard where you see Yurihime and Rion.
I wouldn't be surprised if they. I don't know if they did it this year.
In
but,
advance a little bit, at least up to the mid card.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll do it next year. I don't know if they did this year or not, but I wouldn't mind them bringing back a little mini future Stardom tournament. And you have like a Kuragane and Asuka Inaba and
maybe, like the rookie tournament.
Yeah, something like that, and the winner of that gets a shot at like whoever the future champion is at that point.
I see.
I wouldn't mind them doing that. I put two names in there. They absolutely fit in there.
And it would be nice if the others are able to come back from injury and can add on to that, because I think you could get a pretty
Matoy as well.
I think you could get a pretty sick rookie tournament put together for that.
Yeah, Matoy as well.
Yeah, Matoy and Kanaya.
There's a lot of rookies. Yeah. There's a lot of rookies that they can actually rebuild into that.
Okada we just gave you another idea. Give us a royalty.
Seriously.
And also on top of that, then you can actually have that winner if Hina still has the future belt at this point.
Oh
then
yeah.
You can have the person. Then you can have the person be that person to beat Hina.
If they do that tournament, and Hina's still the champion, I would absolutely pick Asuka Inaba to win that tournament.
Oh, okay. Right on.
She is my pick to dethrone Hina. But we'll get to Hina. She'll be defending her title on the show, but I think.
So next up, we actually have a rematch. We have a run back, and I can actually understand why they're redoing this one. It's a singles match. Didn't end in a way that we hoped, but we're getting Rina versus Emma Maishima.
Oh,
Now,
this is the New Blood rematch.
yes.
Okay, this makes sense because
Yeah.
Rena got a concussion in that match.
Yep.
Okay, okay, and they want to. Okay, Rena's winning, by the way. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah,
Oh no, yeah,
so
she's gonna get her win back. Yeah, but this
so
time they're actually gonna have the match that they're supposed to.
agreed. So for context for those watching, the last time they faced each other was on, I believe it was New Blood 22.
Yeah, it was the last New
Um,
Blood show.
yes. Emma Maishima hit a springboard crossbody, and Rena's head hit the mat pretty hard to the point where she was pretty much concussed. And if I remember correctly, Barb Sasaki was the referee for that match. He noticed that she wasn't responding and stopped the match. So, good call on Barb doing that. I can understand probably not the way that Emma Maishima wanted to win, but was awarded the victory via referee stoppage. So, here we are. They're going to run it back. Good decision on them running it back.
I tell you, for someone who had a concussion and ended up having one of the best runs in a 5-star tournament, Rena's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, she made it all the way to the playoffs in her first
Mm-hmm.
5-star. That's pretty freaking impressive.
Yeah.
But I
And the
also agree.
yeah.
Rena across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Rena
Yep.
across the board. Now, for this next match, so non title action, we have the New Blood Tag Team Champions, Ricer Bread, that's Waka Tsukiyama, Hanako. They'll be taking on the interesting combination of the High Kick Angel, Aya Sakura, and rookie Kikyo Furukawa.
They're really trying to get Kikyo into Queen's class. It's very obvious at this point. Um, it's a very weird match because I know Aya Sakura is one of the other people that are going to be challenging Rice or Bread for this title. I just
Yes.
thought it was very weird that it's not this match, that match doing it on this show, but then I realized they got New Blood coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I think, you know what? I think Rice or Bread are going to win, but I think this is a test for Kikyo and Cosmic Angels. I think that's what they're doing with that.
Interesting.
It might be. It might legitimately be, but Cosmic Angels to me is like one of those groups that kind of full at the moment with the amount of members that they have. But it's also,
They're also
a good
floundering
way.
too.
Yeah. But you also got to think of it this way too. Okay, Rice or Bread wins,
Right.
and Aya Sakura can say, okay, yeah, you won because this isn't my real tag team partner. You know who my tag team partner is.
Yep.
And then you have it built from there. And then maybe build the little tension between Kurara and Sakura.
Ooh.
And yeah, yes, my ultimate goal is to make sure that Aya Sakura winds up in God's Eye, another group that's already too overstuffed. But
9
And you
members.
hold on. You want Aya Sakura to go to God's Eye, knowing that group is overstuffed, but you over here telling me
exactly, like you said, I know. Like I said, I already know some stuff. But like you can tell, Aya Sakura is more God's Eye coded than she is Cosmic Angels coded.
I have to side with Rakas on this. Yeah. Aya Sakura, when you given her
joking, obviously, but
given her overall background and just I mean, yes, she's with Cosmic Angels, but you look at her, especially the match she had with Syuri and just the post match. Yeah, she's totally God's Eye coded.
I mean, well, that's where I was with Yuzuki. When Yuzuki came in, and it's like they put her immediately with stars. I'm like, but she doesn't fit in stars at all. Like
Agreed.
she was so much. It's so Queen's Quest coded. It's not even funny.
Yeah, yeah,
And
especially just an overall look and just yeah. I'm with you on that, most definitely.
the same thing with Montoya. I mean, the Queen's Quest isn't around there, but Montoya, there's God's Eye coded when she comes back. So that's where she wants to go.
Yeah. Oh man, it's crazy because they have 9 members right now. Whew. So rice or bread across the board?
Yeah, I'm going with rice or bread there.
Yeah, rice bread. Yeah.
Wait, so would you before we go on? Do you think the Sakura thing dissension could happen in the New Blood tag match,
Um, Perhaps,
or at
or
least tease it?
maybe a seed planted.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I meant. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the seeds, to me, the seeds are replanted there because one, unlike everybody else, nobody really knows who's the leader of Cosmic Angels right now.
I'm just going to assume it's uh Soriano, but that's just me.
I was really just chalking up to considering, it might not be totally similar, but just an idea of Aya Sakura just getting fed up with the overall theme of Cosmic Angels and whatnot, and
Right.
she's a karateka. Like, I'm gonna go somewhere where I can really showcase what I can do. You
Right.
know, karateka. She has a submission background,
Right.
so
Which explains why she's gonna go for the Just Tap Out title.
yeah,
So,
yeah. So
but yeah,
Yep.
so rice or
food for
bread
thought.
is where we're going on the board. So far, we got some of the same predictions.
Okay, continuing on with the Cosmic Angels action, but another tag team match. We will have the High Speed Champion May Sarah teaming up with the CMLL Japan Women's Champion Dark Silhouette, taking on Cosmic Angels, um, Yuna Mizumori and Sayaka Kurara.
Now, Yuna has an upcoming title match against May Sarah.
Yes,
Yes, she does.
high
Yep.
speed.
So
Yep.
I can see Cosmic Angels getting the win here, just to build some momentum for Yuna going into the high speed title match that she's not going to win.
I'm going Cosmic Angels as well.
What about you?
Yeah. This one is interesting because,
I
okay,
think Dark Silhouette is going to take the pinfall. By the way,
yeah,
Yeah.
you kind of feel like she's there to take the pen,
Hmm.
but at the same time, Stardom does do the thing where, unfortunately, sometimes the person that loses it, like in the preview tag, tends to be the one that actually wins the singles match.
Ooh. Yeah, that is true. That's a fair point.
Yeah, and let's be blunt, we need May Sarah to be free of the high speed belt at all
Yes.
costs at this point.
Yes.
oh, I
So
agree. I just don't think Yuna's the one beating her for the title.
that scene, unfortunately, they don't have a lot of options right now at the moment. And
True.
because the only other option would have been either go back to Kashima, which I don't think she wants at this stage.
Right.
Prior to the 5-star, I would have said Rena, but the thing is, the whole Rena thing depends on whether or not Hasaki is going to challenge Kid for the white belt. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
um,
that's the other thing in that front. But I was thinking about like, okay, it can't be that, it can't be this person, and then the only other person then at that point that's been seriously trying to get it is Komomo.
Yep.
but I'm don't think that I think that ship has sailed. Unfortunately,
She's gonna continue as long as she's still wrestling. She's gonna be in contention for that belt. Now, whether she wins it or not is a whole different story. But I mean, she's one of the very few legit lucha high speed wrestlers on the roster. So she's gonna be in contention consistently. But so we're in agreement. Cosmic Angels across the board.
Yeah.
yeah.
This next match, oh man, this next match is loaded. Trios action showdown between Me Vita Loca and Hate. Me Vita Loca, represented by Rina Yamashita, Izuki Aoki, and Bozilla, taking on Hate's Momo Watanabe, Konami, and Azusa Inaba.
Did you say trios?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at a completely different match. Sorry. Oh Lord. Okay. All right. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Okay.
No, you good. You good.
This is a. I'm trying to figure out what is the reason for this match. Because as far as I know, neither Hate or Me Look have any other than Momo beating Suzu in the 5-star. Is there really any like problems with these two factions?
Yeah, because remember, they were also in the mix when they had a three-way for the artist titles a good long while back. So, yeah, me, Vita Loca, and Hate kind of have that. Because after all, Hate did try to get Suzu after she turned on Neo Genesis, and she was just like, nope, screw both of y'all. I'm going on my own.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. But I'm going with a Hate win here because they're coming off obviously one of the biggest wins of Momo's career, and having her lose her very next match would be kind of very dumb.
I'm actually going to be indifferent. I'm going to say time limit draw.
Oh, they could do that too.
I would say a time limit draw because more than likely Hate's going to be the one that gets positioned for the artist belts a little bit more. Mainly because, unfortunately, like I said, me Vita Loca.
Hate are challenging the artist titles.
Yeah, so they're most likely going to be the ones to get it because, unfortunately, me Vita Loca only has 2 full-time members, and
so we are in agreement that Hate's not. It'd be dumb for Momo to lose her for expansions winning the 5-star. Then.
Oh, agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be stupid.
My thing is you got to keep Me Vita Loca because they're still one of the fresher units, but you still got to keep them strong. I mean, yeah, you only have 2 signed members in Suzu and Akira, but I mean, you still got a lot of power and just talent, with the additions of Bozilla, Izuki Aoki, and Rina Yamashita. So,
I mean, if the video logo was going to take a pinfall loss, it would either be Rina or Aoki who would have taken it.
Yeah, I can be on board with that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm going with Hate win. You're going with y'all going with the time of the draw.
Yes,
I'm fine with either one, as long as Hate does not lose.
Nah, understandable.
Yeah, like I said, it makes sense. It makes sense.
So this next match, we go from trios to 8-woman tag action showdown between Stars and God's Eye. We're gonna get all 4 members of Stars in this one. Hanan, Saya Ida, Momokogo, Yuria Hime, taking on God's Eye, made up of Saki Kashima, Hina, Rana Yagami, and Kyoka Kotatsu. I had a really, really rough time with this one. And, I like both factions, although God's Eye is, my favorite. I think with what they established, adding Yuria Hime and just being that, right now that's it for Stars. It's just those 4. A big part of me kind of sees Stars winning.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I could see that. I could legit see like Stars winning. Like you kind of need a pick me up if you're Stars.
Yeah.
Like
Stars need something right now desperately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So something to like I said, rebuild that confidence and make yourself more of a cohesive unit. And not to mention that, okay, God's Eye right now can afford to lose a few matches on it, and it'll probably because it'd be a Kashima shenanigans.
Actually, I'm going
Because
to make a bold prediction right here.
Okay.
Yuri Hime is going to pin Saya Kashima.
Ooh, that would be pretty cool.
And she's going to do it getting out of the Kishikaze.
Kishikaise? Oh shoot, reverse a Kishikaise? Oh snap!
She's
Shoot.
not only that, I think she beats Saya Kashima with her own Kishikaze.
That would be a statement maker. And it also just goes to show just Stars has really taken a ginormous amount of damage in star power after losing Fukuoka Double Crazy and Miyu Iwatani. So this is really an opportunity.
They basically lost like the founding like members of the group. Basically.
Yeah.
yeah,
Because, I mean, what little star power you have left is from Wingori. So, Ruckus, what do you think?
out of this matchup,
Yeah.
like I said, I think Stars has to take it.
Think Stars has to
Legitimately,
take it.
they have to take it because they need to rebuild. This is the chance to rebuild it. Okay, if you're actually going to continue Stars as a faction, as a group,
Yeah.
this has to be like the first statement win of Stars with Hanan as the leader.
Right.
Because if it doesn't happen, but you still want to keep Stars around, then you could probably start a story, and it's probably one that me and Jason could probably relate, unfortunately, because of our age group. Because Komomo is in our age group.
Yes, she is.
And you can have a storyline going into it where you start thinking, why am I following somebody that could legitimately be my daughter?
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a fair point. It is definitely a fair
And
point.
also, you gotta remember, like, Wingori, not that long ago, is coming off losing the tag titles to BMI 2000, so
Yep.
They kind of need something.
Yep. Matt the Misfit, who are you thinking with this one?
I said Stars with a Yuri pinning.
Oh yeah, that's right. So Stars across the board. Okay.
Yep.
5 stars.
And now it's about to get even crazier because now we have a fatal 4-way tag team match.
Now, before you go through this match, I think this match actually will have Goddess Tag League implications.
Okay, some pre-Goddess Tag implications. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So
which I think is the whole reason why this 4-way was put together.
Fair enough. And these are some very notable tag teams. So you have Fukuoka Double Crazy, Koguma Hazuki, which, like I said, if they are not in the Goddess, they're out. They're totally going bye. Versus O2 Line, which is Azumi Miyamasaki, versus Cosmic Angels of Natsupoi Seri Ano, versus the Reiwa Tokyo Towers, Amisore, Lady C.
I'm going with a Fukuoka Double Crazy going here because they desperately need it.
I mean, those that know me well know that Fukuoka Double Crazy is pretty much one of my favorite Joshi tag teams, so I'm going to be very biased. And even though it's kind of nice to see the Reiwa Tokyo Towers reunited, I gotta go with Fukuoka Double Crazy. Ruckus?
Wait,
All
so
right.
you're reaching the same reason I'm going with, or is it just be? I'm sorry, I bias aside that they desperately need the win.
Yeah, I mean, bias aside, yeah, and just because, like I said, if the whole idea is, give them something and build them toward Goddess Tag League, great. But I just have a big fear that if they're not announced for the Goddess Tag League, they're totally leaving Stardom because both of them already missed the 5 star, and then to turn around and they miss the Goddess. Oh, they're
Like
going bye bye.
like Koguma wasn't that upset that she missed the 5 star. Hatsuki was a big one though.
Yeah, Hazuki was the one that it's the major part into it, and
Now I mentioned Hatsuki.
Hmm.
There's a good chance that the reason that she doesn't do the Goddess Tag League is because she still wants a white belt title match.
yeah. Well,
So
there's gonna be tied into that, and
we'll get to that.
yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit because there's also the fact that if we're going back to WWE a little bit, the one kryptonite that you could say that WWE can throw at Hazuki, just
Oh
sign the
snap!
Legends deal.
Yep.
Just sign the Legends deal with WWE, and so there's that. But that aside, the fact that I love that fact that I love FWC, like almost all of these teams, I like from a certain level as far as the tag team cohesion because O2 line works because Azumi and Kevin, Mio Masaki, they've worked pretty well. I
Hmm.
just need Mio Masaki for the love of God, just learn something more than the DDT for the good of your health. You need to learn more than the DDT. But
How dare you talk to Kevin like that?
The DDT Princess.
yeah, but I will say this too. All my biases aside, when it comes to that, I kind of need some damn momentum for Lady C. I need some momentum for Lady C, and
She's long overdue.
she's it long overdue.
About as
Like,
long as how tall she is overdue.
yeah. Now,
Listen,
well, you got to think about it this too. Like, the push, like the semi push that Hanako has gotten this year, it's what Lady C should have gotten 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's gonna be Amisori and Lady C taking this
I don't
because
know.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know if Stardom sees Lady C the same way you do, though. Unfortunately, and I love Lady C.
Well, she has a. I mean, she has a returning Ami Sore that has returned, with a flame. So
Yeah, I know, but like, if we're really looking at like past members of Queen's Quest, the one who really, if you really think about it, like the most recent iteration, one
yes,
who's kind of suffered is Lady C.
yeah, it's unfortunate. I just think they got to come to some point where they got to really like build her up and because she's been there long enough. She's been with Stardom long enough.
Like I can see like down the line that she wins maybe like a new blood tag championship,
Perhaps, but
but I feel like that's as far as it's going to go for her, unfortunately.
perhaps. Okay. Um. So me and Matt are FWC. Rock assist.
Poor
Rewa.
Notch Boy, no one picked her.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
All right. Next up, we have a special singles match that has stemmed from some, sort of
Interpromotional.
interpromotional. Natsuko Tora versus the main queen of Oz Academy, the leader, Mayumi Ozaki.
Man, they're just throwing everything at Natsuko Tora after Dub Matsumoto gave her the seal of approval.
Yeah,
Um,
and I mean they gotta get something going for how her and some of the members of Hate invaded one of the recent Oz Academy shows. So,
Well, won't be here. um, I think Natsuko is going to take that.
part of me is pulling for Mayumi to get a little taste of revenge.
Really?
Yeah, just a little bit. Raucus?
Mm. Okay, this is the one where I am actually debating internally because
Uh-oh.
You know what?
it is Ozaki. It is Mayumi Ozaki, and you don't normally want to do a legend like Mayumi Ozaki pretty dirty, but at the same time, if you're gonna continue this storyline that you have with hate in Oz Academy, Tora has to get the win here. Then, if you're gonna continue it,
Yeah.
I'm gonna flip a coin now, and I'll just say Tora wins. It'll
Okay.
be by nefarious means, and that will fuel Mayumi Ozaki to quote unquote get the band back together.
Now, let's assume that. Okay, let's say Natsuko loses, right? How would you guys feel? And this could play into the end of the show too, because I feel like this could tie into a lot of things if they want to go do this and not waste any time with it, or not waste any time. I mean, like do the play the long game. How would you feel if during this show, this particular match, Natsuko loses because of an accidental back shot from Momo Watanabe, and then it plays into the later on into the show?
I mean, it won't be the first time, Momo's interference backfired, so I could definitely see that happening.
But at least at this point, it would actually have a consequence to it.
Oh, that's fair. That's totally fair.
Yeah, that's true.
And shout out to Mayumi Ozaki, still going strong at 56 years old.
Dang, that's wild to me. That's wild.
Well, if you think about it, like we got to remember, Jaguar Yakota's still going strong in her 60s.
Yes, she is.
She looks good too for her age too. So I guess I guess me and Jason, me and Daniel's got Tora.
Yep. I'm all alone on this one.
Yeah.
All right, who's ready?
Right.
Who's ready for some championship matches now? Okay. IWGP Women's Championship. Gonna have ourselves a run back of what was a draw in the 5-star Grand Prix when they had their match. The champion,
Right.
Syuri, the Sun God, will be making her second defense against the crazy girl, the leader of Mi Vida Loca, Suzu Suzuki.
Now, Sorry actually had some things to say about the fans booing her. She said that I don't feel good about the booing, but in the ring is a place that's supposed to have anger and bloodlust, and I think that pro wrestling is all about having both positive and negative reactions. So she doesn't like it, but she is embracing it. So
Yeah, she's in fact Sari's actually starting to do the meme of why are you booing me? I am right.
Pretty much.
One thing I love about Sorry coming in is she took a hated faction. Well, depending on who you ask, she took hate who were getting boos, especially like certain wrestlers in the faction like Konami and them, and she got them to get some of the biggest reactions of any show.
Yep.
the levels and her social media back and forth with Momo and Saya Kamitani. She knows how to uh, play to the crowd, play to the advantage of being not a heel, but making you hate her, basically.
Yeah.
But I'm going with a sorry retention here, though.
Same. Sari to retain. Should be a great match, though.
I don't know who they got lined up to beat. Sorry. I mean, they might have Syuri win it back.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be the road they're gonna go to.
We'll see on that here, but yeah, I'm going with a sorry retention.
Now, well, when I mean they run it back, I do mean they run it back, including the result. I think this is probably gonna go time limit draw.
Ooh,
really?
Main reason for me is that you've had Suzu be the perennial challenger.
So another time limit draw for Mita Loca on the show?
Yeah. And particularly for Suzu, because Suzu's been a perennial challenger.
Right.
For the top belts for a little bit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, if you're gonna build Mi Vida Loca to be something good, if you're gonna build them to be a decent group, you kind of do need the leader not to take loss after loss after loss after time opportunity. So,
yeah,
I don't know if they're gonna want to do 2 time limit withdrawals for the same faction the same night.
It's rare, but not impossible. I'll say that.
Because if they do one for the title match, I can't see them doing it for the trios match.
Which is fair. Which is fair. But yeah, that's very interesting. So, Sari across the board.
Sariism all the way.
But we're not done with the runbacks, because we got another 5-star runback in the form of the Wonder of Stardom Championship, the white belt. As the champion, Starlight Kid will defend against the woman that gave her first loss of the 5-star via just tap out. Tomoka Inaba.
Now here's an interesting thing. So Starlight Kid actually talked about that loss to Tomoka Inaba. She says, and I quote, I didn't think that she was that strong of an opponent. Looking back, that first loss had a huge impact, and so it's no exaggeration to say that it was Tomoka's fault that I couldn't win. So I have to get revenge. So she's blaming Tomoka for losing. Interesting.
Well, you kind of want to blame the opponent for you losing, because that means the opponent beat you. So it's fair.
She also said that, talking about the lack of results since she started competing in Stardom, she says, I wonder what she has done in the Stardom ring over the past 3 years. I get that she wants to succeed as part of God's Eye, but her actions don't match her words about caring. JTO, it seems half-hearted. Are caring about JTO. Holding this belt is the same as carrying Stardom as itself, and I want to see that determination from Tomoka and on top of that, I want to show her the difference, the difference in our levels. What she had said.
Dang, that's quite a breakdown. And by the way, this is Starlight Kid's 6th defense.
Yep.
So basically, she's calling her a loser. Is what she's basically calling her.
Yeah, she's saying it with her chest.
Yeah.
But I'm going with this. I'm going with a Starlight Kid retention.
Same.
This could be a fantastic match, by the way. I just, you know, this might be. No, actually, there's no might be. This could be match of the night.
Yeah, I think it has good potential.
Yeah.
Ruckus, your pick?
Oh, yeah. This is where my conspiracy brain unfortunately comes in.
Oh,
Is
shoot.
Now they could have very well do a time of draw on this match, in particular.
like that would be something you want to lean towards, but this it's just mainly because of the way, like person, like I said, okay, I just the way that SOK finished
Mm-hmm.
the 5-star, and I having this challenge, and then you have another very possible challenge in that area.
Yep.
She's also supposedly dealing with injuries too, so
yeah, some injuries in that area. It could be a way to hot potato the belt out of her hands and let her recover coming into that area. And unfortunately, not to mention, she might be getting overtures from other organizations that
Ooh.
may be inquiring about her services.
The reason why I don't think she's gonna lose here is because I really do think that I know I'm always on this issue be Hatsuki beating Starlight Kid, right? Because it's just I wouldn't, but they haven't followed up with that, so why can I have no hope at that point anymore? So I think I really think they're going to run back Starlight Kid Rena for the white belt, and I think Arena's going to win the championship.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Because Rena's lost twice to Starlight Kid now.
Yep.
Once was the title defense, and then again as a 5-star.
Right. Third time's got to be the charm.
If you go to another match here and she loses again, I think that's it. Arena.
Well,
I mean, going after Starlight Kid at that point.
Oh no, going after that's okay. Yeah, I get that, but it just depends how they're gonna do it. Because if
you do it at Dream Queendom.
No, it's just I mean this way, because I'll be frank into the two. The white belt has taken a bit of a beating ever since Mina decided to put the belt on the line against Tam. It hasn't exactly had the most run amongst its champions.
Let's see. Tam dropped it to... Who did Tam drop it to? Oh, Mirai.
She dropped it to Saya.
She dropped it to Saya.
And
then Saya dropped it to Mina.
Dropped it to Mina, and then Mina, after beating Poi, immediately challenged Tam.
Yeah.
For unification.
What happened? Hold on a second.
Yep.
No. I was talking about the second time. I'm pretty sure she dropped it to Mirai the second time.
No, she did. I think she did drop it to Mirai the second time. And
yeah, that's the one I'm referring to, because I'm trying to figure out who won it from Mirai.
I think it was probably Syuri.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like, Mirai's run wasn't exactly that great. And unfortunately, Syuri's run was very damaging to Syuri, including losing it to Miyu Iwata, and what I've considered the longest Tinder date that I've ever seen in my life between two people.
I think I want to say the whole thing with Mina, Tam kind of ruined. I'm not surprised. Tam not going to ruining another thing. Yeah.
I hated it. I hated it.
Why am I not surprised? So I think I wouldn't put it on Inaba for the mere fact that Inaba's still not a full-time Stardom wrestler.
She's not a full-time Stardom wrestler, but you've already set the precedent by putting the belt, even if it's just
once. If you want, listen, I love Tomoka Inaba. I think she's gonna. I think she will eventually win a singles championship somewhere else, right? If
Or the,
you really want to reestablish the white belt title, you put it on Rena.
You do that, but you do that a little bit later on. Like right now, the main thing would be
No,
is
I feel like it needs it now more than later.
oh no, the sooner the better. But let's say it's okay is dealing with a lot of injuries and she needs to drop it. Unfortunately, like I said, Tomoka winning makes a good amount of sense because unfortunately you've already set the precedent of a
right.
non-stardom wrestler winning the white belt with Miko Iwata.
Yep, that's good. That's a good point.
Yeah, and so you can have Tomoka win it, and then you can have her immediately drop it, possibly be the one to drop it to Hazuki. If
Yeah, well, the whole thing with the Hazuki then what it me when I don't think it would matter then because not only does she want the white belt, Hazuki straight up said she wanted another match with Starlight Kid. So
And
if Starlight Kid is not the champion, I don't want Hazuki challenging for the title.
yeah, but here's the tricky part of it too. If we don't see FWC in the Goddess League, having Tomoka have the white belt is technically you're out. And now you can say like, oh, Hazuki made this declaration, but now SOK is not the champion, and she's out of the Goddess League. We kind of know that she's out of the door.
yeah,
So that's one area. So then you can have Tomoka probably have at least one or two like weird defense. Like she can defend the belt at JTO, like at a JTO show, like before Taka gives her another Queen of JTO belt again. But
yeah,
and
and
then and then she would be the one to drop it to Rita.
So my line of thinking is if one of the Inaba sisters were to win a Stardom championship first, I think it would be Asuka.
I mean, but she's already done that.
I mean a singles championship.
Singles championship.
Mm. I know. I would still probably say Tomoka because I think I think Tomoka's end goal is to leave JTO with Asuka.
My things
Oh,
I don't think Asuka. I don't mean Asuka. I don't think Tomoka's signing with Stardom though.
the loyalty factor. I mean, is still gonna be something that's up in the air.
She has made it abundantly clear that she wants to try her hand at WWE.
Well, I have to see how they can usher that in for her, because
But
I
yeah,
mean,
I'm going with the kid retention
yeah, same.
against and dropping it to Rena Dream Queendom, and then Rena can have her future Stardom title reign with the white belt.
And
Not
then,
for that long, but you know what I meant.
yeah, yeah. Um, okay, main event. It's for the big one. Top prize, World of Stardom Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Another run back from the 5-star. The Phoenix Queen, Saya Kamitani, will defend the title against the top Gaijin, Bea Priestley.
Now this has a lot of various things playing into it here. As we mentioned before, Bea Priestley has very much ties to both Oedo Tai and Queen's Quest. I don't what I don't know. Was she in Queen's Quest when Saya was there?
Yes.
Okay.
Like early on, like I think the betrayal was like almost right around the time Saya joined.
Okay. And then you have the whole thing with Momo Watanabe because you guys are not aware, she had some choice words. I don't actually have the quote, but she what was it? It was
And this
let
will
me check.
be Saya's 5th title defense.
Oh, okay, I have it in here. Give me a second. There we go. She had said, hold on. She said that she issues notice to salty wrestler. I'll teach you what I've learned around the world, and I don't think she is referring to Saya Kamitani. I feel like the one person she is referring to is a certain somebody who just won the 5-star Grand Prix.
I mean,
Uh,
after all, Ichiban Shopai.
Yep.
we've talked about this on Discord chats. Uh, if Momo's getting kicked out of Stardom, well, not Stardom,
Of hate.
hate, there will be a replacement. But we were trying to figure out, well, who would it have been, and I had brought up the idea of what if it's Bea Priestley.
I mean, she has ties.
She has ties there, but
You mentioned a finger poke of doom situation, right? With
yes, sadly.
I wouldn't put it past them because it'll be Priestley's alley to have an actual match and then do a finger poke of doom at the end.
You know, the interesting part of it would be is I I honestly I as much as it would make a little bit of sense, I probably wouldn't put B in hate. If you like I said, this fixes two problems. Number one, you give a more variety to a faction, and two, you fulfill a vacancy gap. I would put B in Mi Vida Loca and just have that sense.
I only wouldn't because they just brought in Bozilla, and I feel like it's a little too soon to add more people to Mi Vida Loca.
I would
Yes,
just say I
yeah,
would say
yes,
Nimble B because she signed. Like that gives him three actual full-time talents now.
Yeah, there's that.
yes. B would be a kind of a more established name along with Suzu to be added to the group. But just something tells me they're not going to do that. Something tells me that if Saya's gonna, not Saya, if B's gonna align with the faction, it's gonna be a faction she's more associated, known for. Um, and I you would also try to figure out like who would replace Momo and Hate. There, out right now there is nobody else outside of a Bea Priestley.
And I mean, after all, it's not like she was ever kicked out of Oedo Tai.
No, same thing with same. It was the same situation with Konami. Konami was never kicked out of the way either. And
Right.
she made that point very, very clear when she rejoined.
Yeah, but that's a leap. Well, Konami's has always been a little leap in logic. Like nobody kicked you out, but you voluntarily joined God's Eye for a few years. So
So I I think
it's difficult mainly to put it in that way because okay, if you put B in that situation, okay, you can have it done in that manner, but in that sense, it would cheapen a little bit, like a defense for Sai in that sense. It will be the same way like if Momo did it, but would be just like, oh, okay, she's done this prank, now she's back. Now she's back to belong. She can have hate shenanigans happen. That it doesn't feel the same way. Luckily, it doesn't have as much finger poke of doom now feeling as Momo doing it. That's what I'm afraid of.
I'm just trying to think of like ways because listen, I want them to do the turn at Crimson Nightmare because I just that's a perfect name for that. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to want to ready to, pull the trigger on it yet or not because I'm trying to figure out how they've got to set something up on the show to either tease or something. Because if we end the show and there's nothing, no follow up of Saya, not Saya, of uh, Momo even attempting to like tease anything, I think people would be disappointed.
That's the
Yeah.
tricky part of it. That's the tricky part of it is would you want to be this show to be the one where Momo declares I'm
I'm
challenging
not
for the
saying
red belt?
declare. I'm just like tease something.
Yeah. But in the way, like I said, like teasing like in a way declaring I'm going for the red belt. Or maybe throw a misdirection. Just have Momo just be out there after Sardis match and just have her just look at the backstage.
Like I could see them do, and I could see them just do a straight up Saya retention, and then like they do like hates in the ring. Saya's kind of promo. You see Momo in the background eyeing Saya, and Saya doesn't notice it, and but Natsuko's like, what are you doing? Look on her face or something like that.
Uh, well, yeah, I could see Momo giving the Westbrook look to Saya.
And then Natsuko be like, what Momo, what are you doing?
Or Tora could literally just be in the back saying, "Good, good,"
Wow.
and that way just be like, "All right, good." Now maybe you get rid of my problem, and I reestablish my leadership.
Yeah, but then I kind of don't know and avoids the whole Momo babyface turn that everyone is expecting to happen.
You want to hope that you have that, but ooh, I want to save that for Queendom to look into that because I legitimately want to see how they build to this. They've already
So
teased the face turn a couple of times, but they've also easily
I,
flipped Momo back to the Black Peach mode just as fast.
I think this is where I think we're sticking with. I think it's gonna stick this time though. Um, I think they're gonna pull the trigger on not the episode, the face turn at the very aptly named Crimson Nightmare.
Oh,
Uh,
interesting. So, Crimson Nightmare. Oh, oh,
and I can see
oh.
because here's what I think is going to happen because I mentioned this in the Discord chats that we've had. I think Saya Kamitani and Momo Watanabe are going to enter themselves into the Goddess Tag League as a tag team, and I don't know when is do we have a date for the finals of the tag league?
If I remember correctly, it's right at the end of November. Uh,
So when is the Crimson Nightmare show?
I can get that for you. Um,
I had it up, but then I closed the tab on accident.
Stardom Crimson Nightmare. Oh, schedule. I found it. Stardom Crimson Nightmare will take place on.
I know it's in November. I know that.
So it is November 3rd. Vote
Okay,
Award.
so okay, when is the Goddess Tag League finals?
Goddess Tag League finals November 30th.
Okay. I can see I can absolutely see them entering the Gods Tag League and get to Crimson Nightmare. And you know what? They would have some type of run in the tournament. And even though, and then for whatever reason, I guess it would be up Okada's alley to do this. Actually, no, that wouldn't. Never mind. They wouldn't tell us what tactiles. Never mind, because they would be a hate versus hate thing. Never mind. Forget that part. I can see the last match that they have together in the tournament. Momo is the one who takes the pinfall, and much like it wasn't a God's Tag League match, but much like how Starlight Kid took the pinfall a couple of years ago in that 4-way for the tag titles, I can absolutely see Saya blame Momo for losing, and they just and that's when Hate's like, yeah, we can't have this anymore. They beat her up, like it could be a main event or somebody like that, right? And then Momo, after they leave, Momo get on the microphone and say, I still have something that you don't, and that's a shot at your title. I'll see you in December. Kamitani. Something like that.
Huh, interesting. And oh, by the way, the Goddess tournament, it's 9 days. 9 days of tournament matches. So
Something like that. Something like that is going to happen. That's just a weird feeling. Like I feel like that's how they would set something up. I do think there's going to be a tag team in there, though.
But at least we're in agreement. Saya over B.
Yeah.
Some way, I don't know. Like the booking of that match is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's we agree on the winner is. It's just mainly how they get there.
Yeah, I see. But yeah, that is
because I also think some between now and Crimson Nightmare, we're gonna have that Syuri match too. Actually, I can see them do Saya and Syuri on that show.
interesting.
Yeah, I can see them do that.
But that is your Stardom to the World 2025 card, and it is a pretty loaded card.
And whether or not we do a reaction or not, we'll still be here to cover the show afterwards. Not immediately afterwards. I mean, like, maybe a couple days afterward. Who knows? But
and it's their only pay-per-view for this month, so guess embrace it while you can.
So yeah, that's basically a good little topic. We went pretty long for the first episode, but hey, with the first episode, we'll probably try to not do as many topics next time.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we probably would have had less had we actually done the podcast last week.
probably.
Yeah. Like the week delay did make touching it with the other stories, but
Right.
But yeah,
folks, like don't expect the show to be this long, but do expect it to.
Don't expect a big egg style runtime.
Yeah. We don't expect you guys to actually have to book or put it into sleep mode, but
yeah,
you're also gonna have, luckily, the same type of discussion, more a little bit nuance in that factor. Basically, we're trying to do the opposite of the Joe Budden podcast. So
there you go.
So I'm sure our next week's podcast we're going to be obviously going over the results of To the World, and then we got when is the Wrestle Princess show, by the way?
That is Saturday, September 20th.
Yep.
Well, we got plenty of time for that one.
Yeah, still got
I guess
time.
I guess we can. Yeah, I guess we can be able to cover that and the Dream Star finals. I guess around that time too.
Dreamstar Finals is September 14th.
September 14th. Yeah, luckily, because we checked, the 20th is a loaded date overall.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you got All Out and WrestlePalooza, and
Yep.
Yep.
And then
Wrestle Princess. Like,
yeah, you have Wrestle Princess. You have you mentioned, I think, Blitz, you mentioned a Sendai show.
yeah, I just on their Puota schedule on the calendar, it's like loaded with a bunch of shows from like Ice Ribbon, Noah, like it's loaded. The
yeah,
September 20th.
yeah. September, it's gonna be a loaded Saturday. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be exhausted.
Like Noah's gonna be insane because like they literally just teased Shibata and Kenta
Yep.
reuniting.
That's
At the
that's strange when AEW has no relationship with Noah.
Well, luckily it's not on an official Noah show.
Right.
It's Yoshihiro Takayama's
Oh
produced show.
never
Ah.
mind. Forget I said anything. But yeah, um, hopefully, no other crazy news breaks. I mean, here's the funny thing: like we'd be doing, me and Jason would used to be doing these type of shows on my channel. We'd be doing stuff, and then as soon as I end the show, some other weird, crazy Joshi news breaks. Like they just can't
You ain't
do it while
lying.
they're on the air.
You ain't lying.
Yeah.
um, but yeah,
Or
this
you
was a
or
lot
you
of
have
fun.
insane press conferences too, like
Yeah,
what happened with the Mayu press conference. Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Oh
like hey,
yeah.
Well,
we're
I
just
mean, we
doing
kind
this
of
thing.
figured that was gonna happen. So
Oh no, well that whole gamut of uh, Micah had to take. Micah's been hurt the whole time, and now she needs Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, that was whew,
oh yeah.
that was crazy.
Yeah, well, um, yeah, I was trying to see what else. I'm gonna make sure there's no other news. I don't think so. Oh, Asuna tweeted. She tweet. She just said super love, whatever that means. Okay, fine.
uh,
Okay, but yeah, um, yeah, I think that's pretty much. I think that's pretty much it there. Uh, yeah, there's a lot of great topics here. A lot of fun. Sucks that Al had to get ready for work in the morning. Uh, I would have called him sick if just because. Um,
yeah, I have the
so
day
yeah,
off. All I got is just go to the dentist and then that's
mm,
it.
yeah, I guess so. So this is gonna be so hopefully, I'm planning. So my idea is on Friday. I might actually bring back my other podcast. I kind of want to cover SmackDown because if what's gonna happen is actually gonna happen, it's too big of a show not to for me to cover.
There.
Yes,
That's a
yeah,
good point. That's a good
yeah.
point.
Even with the third sheets already somewhat spoiling the surprise. It's a surprise where it's a surprise that would it, it would
The whole
be
thing is
almost as
funny because
equal as it would be almost as equal as Punk's coming
that's
back to the
the
ring.
whole thing is funny to
Yeah,
me.
good
People get
point.
mad when Sean spoils stuff, and then they get mad, and then they get mad when he doesn't. So, like, make up your mind. It's his job to do the make is to produce wrestling news. He gets paid for it. Okay. Um, he's very good at his job too. Uh, so yeah. Though, did you guys see my little thing when I DM'd WWE Shop about the AJ Lee?
Yes, yes, and
Yes.
that was
I said, I, I I said, what do you be keeping an eye out?
all you need to know, when it comes into that is an intern's getting fired.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Got him.
well, anyways, but this was a lot of fun. I'm glad I actually get a podcast where I have other people that want to talk wrestling with me. Which is good. I mean, I've done stuff with Jason before, but this is like on a grander scale because we have more than just us and dead air.
We really
um,
went. We really went in.
so yeah, next time we're gonna have hopefully more people. I think there was somebody else. I know. Al mentioned two other people. I know Hendrix. Who was the other one?
Enigma.
Oh yeah, that's right. Don't tell him I forgot about it. But yeah, so let's plug our stuff. You can find me obviously, Piles Repulse on Twitter. I usually you may seem like I'm a negative person when I tweet pro wrestling opinions. Um, I just like calling out very stupid ass people on Twitter. uh,
He ain't lying.
uh, and then Misfit Wrestling Podcast on YouTube. Uh, I'm so behind on the audio outlet of stuff, which I stopped using, but you can listen to the old episodes on Spotify if you want to. It's up there. Um, you can follow my Instagram, Misfit Wrestling Pod. I think that's what it is. Uh, I could be wrong. And I think I opened up a blue sky, but I'm not entirely sure. So don't ask me. or just look it up. If you, they'll probably be up there.
Fair enough. I guess I'll plug in mine. Um, so I have a link tree, uh, which you can reach at linktr.ee/blitzballchampgaming. Uh, that has links to my YouTube, my Twitter, Facebook page, which is Blitzball Champ Gaming on Facebook, and my Twitch as well. So check them all out. And thank you so much for checking me out, and I hope you enjoyed what you saw and listened to tonight.
Definitely, definitely. And uh, Alana, myself, like I said, you see the handle in there. Like I said, that's the way on socials, Rawkers99, RAWKUZ99. But I go by Daniel, obviously. And I will, like I said, I'll plug in the show. Also on when it comes to boxing as well, the Pound for Pound Box Report with Mike Wilson, Miguel Farkathov, and White Fights. Main reason I'm doing that is because more than likely, either on the 8th or the 9th, we are going to definitely discuss the big fight coming up here in Mexican Independence Day weekend. Canelo Alvarez versus Terence Crawford. And
Nice.
it'll be the first time we've seen a good wow. We're gonna see the first actual boxing main event on Netflix. I'm never gonna count Logan Paul. Logan or Jake Paul as a legitimate boxers. People, you can ask that. I'm never gonna do that. But also, we're gonna when we come back next time, we're gonna see how Stardom to the World lines up because and maybe we'll start seeing parallel storylines in WWE happen at the same time.
Here's would be nice.
That's crazy to know that two former leaders of Queen's Quest they're going to be part of major storylines right now.
Yes, they are.
Well,
Oh yeah.
one hasn't fully started yet. If you get my point.
Yeah, I catch your drift though. Mm.
But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, until then, we'll hopefully be back next week for a shorter edition of was called the Pile Driver Pulse. It's a completely different show of the Joshi Cyber Squad podcast. I don't know what I'm going to name this episode. I'll think of something.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know if I'm going to call it that, but I'll call it something. Well, I'll think of something. I already have a thumbnail, but
Oh, sweet.
until then, we will see you guys hopefully next week. Be safe. Be nice to one another. Don't be a dick.
Thank y'all so
Happy
much.
birthday, Hana.
Happy birthday, Hana Kimura. We miss you. We love you. Yes, sir.